Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Naruto. I need Konoha to hunt me down so I can awaken my Mangekyou Sharingan. Part 1. Year 50 of Konoha. The news of Uchiha Itachi's promotion to Chunin had already spread throughout the Uchiha clan compound. That genius, who was only 10 years old, was getting closer and closer to joining the Anbu. To others, this was merely another genius emerging from the Uchiha clan. But to Uchiha Ritsuyo, it sounded like a death knell tolling closer and closer. Time was running out. If he delayed any longer until Uchiha Itachi entered the Anbu and the Konoha higher-ups completely tightened their surveillance on the Uchiha clan, it would become 10 or 100 times harder for him to leave Konoha. 3 years ago, he transmigrated into this world. In 3 years, he had grown from an ordinary Uchiha clan member into a special Jonin and even unlocked the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Such speed was enough to be considered a genius even in Konoha. But Liang was not satisfied. It was far from enough. A special Jonin could not stop Root, could not stop the Anbu, and certainly could not stop that bloody knight destined to sweep through the Uchiha clan in the future. By cultivating step by step, he would never catch up to those truly standing at the apex of the ninja world. Let alone leave this world to pursue true miracles. Tree branches rapidly receded beneath his feet. Liang followed the squad, his gaze seemingly scanning the surroundings with vigilance, but his mind had long since drifted back to 3 years ago. At the beginning of his transmigration, he had heard a voice whose origin could not be discerned. That voice had given him no system, no bloodline limit, nor directly handed him world-destroying power. It had only granted him a single authority. The authority to pursue miracles. Over the past 3 years, Liang had deduced repeatedly, finally drawing a conclusion from that vague information. The gene lock. A power that could only potentially be unlocked by breaking free from the constraints of living instincts amidst a true life and death crisis. And the gene lock was by no means the end. What he truly desired was the ultimate miracle that existed in the legends of the multiverse. The light of the mind. Liang. Takino Soda ahead suddenly stopped. Liang stepped onto a tree branch, bringing his body to a halt as well. Takino Soda wore a Konoha forehead protector, his right hand already resting on the ninja tool pouch behind his waist. He did not speak immediately, only staring at Liang for 2 seconds. Ayakawa Yukina stood on the other side. She had a slender build and a cold demeanor, her collar covering most of her face, leaving only a pair of largely emotionless eyes exposed. Since leaving the village, you've zoned out 7 times. Takino Soda said in a deep voice, this is an infiltration mission. Any single oversight could end up killing the entire squad. My apologies. Liang's response was very calm. Takino Soda frowned. Ayakawa Yukina spoke directly, however, an apology cannot eliminate hidden risks. Captain, I suggest aborting the mission and taking him back to the village for an investigation. Liang looked at her. Yukina did not avoid his gaze. Uchiha Ritsuyo, your condition is unfit for carrying out missions. The mission has already reached this point. If we return now, the target will relocate all the same. That is still better than continuing the operation with an unstable element. Their eyes locked in midair. Takino Soda raised a hand to interrupt them. Enough. This intelligence wasn't easy to come by, so we can't give up easily. Proceed according to the original plan. He spread out a map, his finger landing on the mission area. Yukina will handle the front outpost to first confirm the outer guard positions and patrol routes. Liang will handle the rear outpost to prevent anyone from flanking us while also cutting off the enemy's escape route. I will infiltrate the central area. Once the target is confirmed, Yukina will meet up with me while Liang remains in position. After the mission is complete, we will evacuate at point 3. Understood. Yukina responded. Liang also nodded. Understood. Takino Soda put away the map, but did not leave immediately. Liang, this is the last time I'll warn you. During the mission, put away those unnecessary thoughts. Meeting his gaze, Liang said softly, Captain, rest assured, I won't drag you two down. Takino Soda's frown deepened even further. Nothing sounded wrong with those words, yet for some reason, an uncomfortable feeling arose in his heart. Before he could question further, Ayakawa Yukina had already turned and left. I'll go ahead. With a few leaps, she vanished into the depths of the forest. Takino Soda took one more look at Liang before finally rushing toward the central area. Quiet returned to the forest. Liang stood in place, listening to the sounds of their footsteps gradually fading into the distance. 10 breaths. 20 breaths. It was not until even the Sharingan could no longer detect their chakra traces that he slowly let out a breath. Finally, it had come to this step. Defecting from Konoha was never as simple as turning around and walking away. The Uchiha clan was under the dual watch of the military police force and the Anbu. Ninjas needed mission documentation to leave the village, patrols guarded the borders, and countless Konoha eyes watched along the routes. Once defection was confirmed, the pursuit would begin immediately. But pursuit was precisely what Liang wanted. Without a true threat of death, unlocking the so-called gene lock was nothing more than a joke. He needed enemies. He needed enemies who knew him well. He needed enemies who could push him to his limits, or even truly kill him. Liang formed hand seals with both hands. Shadow clone technique. Poof! White smoke cleared, and another Uchiha Ritsuyo appeared in front of him. The shadow clone stretched its shoulders, its 3-tomo Sharingan slowly spinning. Have you thought it through? I've been thinking about it for 3 years. Failure means death. Staying in Konoha leads to death all the same. The shadow clone fell silent for a moment, then grinned. Then let me gamble this once. Liang unsheathed the short sword at his waist and handed it to the shadow clone. The shadow clone took the short sword, turned, and rushed toward the rear outpost area. Make a bigger scene. Rest assured. The shadow clone waved its hand without looking back. I'll make them believe that you've gone completely mad. Looking in the direction where his clone vanished, Liang turned and sprinted in the opposite direction of the mission site. From this moment on, he was no longer a Konoha special Jonin. He was a rogue ninja, Uchiha Ritsuyo. A short moment later, an explosion suddenly resounded in the rear outpost area. Boom! Flames shot up into the sky, swallowing several large trees in fire. Konoha ninjas. Intruders. Catch him. Rogue ninjas hidden within the area rushed out from all directions. Liang's shadow clone had no intention of concealing its presence. Standing on a burning branch with its 3-tomo Sharingan fully exposed, it raised a hand and threw out several shuriken. The shuriken collided and deflected, flying toward different positions. 2 rogue ninjas hastily dodged, their patrol formation completely thrown into disarray. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A giant fireball crashed into the forest. The heat wave expanded, and flames instantly illuminated half the forest. Such a conspicuous commotion was plainly visible not only to the nearby rogue ninjas, but even from the central area. A rogue ninja scrambled out of the sea of fire in disarray, roaring, "He's not here to infiltrate at all. He's here to wage war." At the same time, Takino Soda came to a sudden halt. The light of the distant fire reflected in his pupils. Ayakawa Yukina dropped down from the other side, her voice icy. Something happened at the rear outpost. Liang is in charge of the rear outpost. Takino Soda's face turned grim. With his experience, it's impossible for him to make this kind of mistake. So it's not a mistake. Yukina made a judgment without hesitation. He intentionally exposed his presence. Takino Soda fell silent. The mission target had already been alerted, and the rogue ninjas in the central area were evacuating one after another. The original infiltration plan had completely lost its purpose. More importantly, Uchiha Ritsuyo had not come to meet up. Captain. Yukina stared in the direction of the rear outpost. Lord Danzo said long ago that the Uchiha cannot be trusted. Takino Soda glanced at her. This isn't route. Mission failure is already a certainty. Right now, the priority is to prevent a 3-Tomo Uchiha who possesses Konoha intelligence from escaping our control. Yukina drew a kunai. Capturing Uchiha Ritsuyo takes precedence over the original mission. Takino Soda clenched his fists. After a few seconds, he gave the order in a deep voice, change mission target. Abandon the infiltration. Capture Uchiha Ritsuyo. Yukina had already dashed toward the rear outpost. If necessary, dead or alive. The two quickly arrived at the battle site. Just as the shadow clone dodged a chop from a rogue ninja, the ground beneath its feet suddenly swelled. Earth release. Double suicide decapitation technique. A hand burst out of the ground and grabbed his ankle. As the shadow clone raised his blade to slash, a dense swarm of black insects surged from behind the canopy. The Kikaichu covered his arm, continuously devouring chakra. Found you. Yukina appeared from behind the swarm. Takino Soda followed closely behind, running a blade straight through the shadow clone's chest. Bang! A cloud of white smoke burst open. Both of their movements froze at once. A shadow clone. Takino Soda's expression changed dramatically. Yukina squatted down and pressed her fingers against the ground. The scattered Kikaichu flew back into her sleeves, bringing back residual information for her. The real body never entered the mission area. She stood up and looked toward the southwest. He was preparing to flee from the very beginning. Takino Soda turned immediately. Pursue. Several miles away, Liang paused slightly in mid-stride. The memories and pain before the shadow clone vanished rushed into his mind all at once. His footsteps didn't slow down in the slightest. With Takino Soda and Ayakawa Yukina teaming up, the shadow clone wouldn't last long, just as he had anticipated. That clone never intended to engage in a prolonged battle anyway. It had only one purpose. To solidify his defection. To force Takino Soda to abandon the original mission and cause Ayakawa Yukina to hunt him down without hesitation. Soon, unusual noises came from the forest behind him. They're here. Liang suddenly spun around and drew his kunai. Clang! Two kunai collided, sending sparks flying. Takino Soda burst from the shadows of the trees, putting power into his wrist and pushing Liang backward several meters. Why? He glared intently at Liang. How has the village ever wronged you? Liang exerted force in his arms and knocked the kunai away. I don't want to die in the village. Is that reason enough? Defecting will only kill you faster. Takino Soda formed a sign with one hand, his chest swelling high. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Liang formed hand seals simultaneously. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Two giant fireballs slammed together with a roar. Flames erupted outward, instantly turning leaves into scorched ash. Takino Soda broke through the wall of fire, but his vision suddenly changed. The forest disappeared. His feet were pinned to the ground by iron spikes. Liang stood before him, holding a short blade against his throat. Genjutsu. Takino Soda bit the tip of his tongue. The pain restored his consciousness. The scene before him shattered. He dodged sideways from the kunai aimed at his neck and kicked toward Liang's chest. Liang raised his arms to block, using the momentum to leap back. The moment he landed, a swarm of tiny Kikaichu crawled out from the dead leaves beneath his feet and slid up his pant legs. A dense, stinging pain shot through his flesh. His chakra was being rapidly devoured. Did you think only the captain caught up? Ayakawa Yukina walked out from behind a tree. Liang swung his blade to slash. The blade passed right through her body, which shattered into countless black bugs with a roar. Insect clone. The real Yukina appeared from his side rear, stabbing her kunai straight toward Liang's ribs. Liang forcefully twisted his body. The kunai grazed his side, drawing a spray of blood. Takino Soda gave him no breathing room, slamming both hands onto the ground. Earth release. Ground splitting palm. The ground cracked open with a crash. Li Yong kicked off the ground and leapt up as several kunai shot straight at him. He swung his blade to block them repeatedly, a succession of clanging impacts echoing through the air. Yet the Kikaichu gathered in greater numbers. They burrowed under his collar, clinging to his skin as their sharp mouthparts relentlessly devoured his flesh and blood. Pain surged from every limb and bone. The flow of his chakra began to falter as well. Give up resisting. Yukina stood behind the swarm of insects, her voice entirely devoid of emotion. You can't escape. Li Yong sliced away a large cluster of insects on his arm, revealing a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Then let's test that. Chakra erupted beneath his feet. Body flicker technique. His figure instantly bypassed Takino Soda, lunging straight at Yukina. Yukina didn't back away. Just as Li Yong's blade was about to fall, her body burst into a swarm of insects once more. Another insect clone. Not good. Just as Li Yong turned around, Takino Soda had already finished forming hand seals. Earth release. Earth-style wall. Thick earth walls rose from both sides, blocking his escape route. Li Yong had no choice but to perform the body flicker technique again, forcing his way through the gap before it could close. But the moment the high-speed movement ended, his body suffered a brief moment of stiffness. For an ordinary ninja, this delay was so brief it was almost impossible to catch. But Takino Soda was an Anbu elite. And Ayakawa Yukina had been waiting for this exact moment for a long time. The swarm of insects suddenly bore down on him, wildly devouring the little remaining chakra in Li Yong's body. Takino Soda slammed both palms heavily onto the ground. Earth release. Rock pillar spears. The ground vibrated. 5 sharp stone pillars burst from the ground, locking onto Li Yong's head, heart, throat, spine, and abdomen respectively. It was too fast. Li Yong wanted to dodge, but the stiffness from the body flicker technique hadn't faded yet. He wanted to form seals, but the Kikaichu had already covered his arms, making his muscles completely unresponsive. The Sharingan saw everything with crystal clarity. The stone pillars tore through the air. Flying rocks splattered everywhere. Takino Soda's face was tense, holding nothing back. Ayakawa Yukina controlled the insect swarm to seal off his final dodge space. He would die. This time, it was no shadow clone. There was no replacement, no retreat, and no one coming to save him. The 5 stone pillars drew closer and closer to his body. 10 feet. 5 feet. 3 feet. Death had never been so vivid. Li Yong's heart pounded wildly, blood hammering against his eardrums, as the sounds of the world seemed infinitely stretched out. The sensation of the Kikaichu biting through flesh, the emptiness of chakra being drained, every stiff muscle after the body flicker technique, the dust whipped up by the tips of the stone pillars, everything became extraordinarily distinct in this moment. Fear was like an invisible giant hand gripping his heart. His body was screaming. Every single cell was urging him to run. But he couldn't run. The unwillingness suppressed for 3 years, the anxiety over the future genocide of his clan, the longing for power, and the dread of death exploded completely in this instant. Li Yong's consciousness slammed against the invisible shackles binding his primal survival instinct. Survive. He must survive. At the very instant the 5 stone pillars were about to pierce through his body, the dormant potential deep within Uchiha Ritsuyo's genes was thoroughly awakened by the extreme fear of death. His heart jolted violently inside his chest. Thump. It was as if something was completely shattered alongside that single heartbeat. The 5 stone ridges were still closing in. But in Lai Yang's perception, they were astonishingly slow. The debris flaking off the surface of the stone ridges tumbled slowly, and the subtle airflow compressed by their tips was clearly visible. Takino Soda's 10 fingers pressed against the ground, the Kikaichu fluttering inside Ayakawa Yukina's sleeves, and even the subtlest expressions on their faces could not escape his perception. Lai Yang's thoughts raced at an unprecedented speed. 5 stone ridges. The 2 on the left were angled obliquely, targeting his spine and abdomen. As long as his body moved half a foot to the front right, they would pass right by him. What was truly unavoidable were the three stone ridges locked onto his head, throat, and heart. His arms were being eroded by Kikaiju, and his muscles were still in a state of stiffness after using the body flicker technique. The reach of a normal blade swing was insufficient. He had to extend his attack range. All these assessments were completed almost simultaneously. There was no hesitation, no fear, and none of the instinctual doubt people usually feel in the face of death. Lai Yong slammed his right foot onto the ground. Boom! The soil beneath his feet instantly exploded outward. That body, which should have been paralyzed in stiffness, actually regained the ability to move at this moment. The muscle fibers tightly restricted by his brain suddenly contracted, erupting with power far exceeding his normal limits. Lai Yong forcibly shifted his body to the front right. Two stone ridges brushed past his back and left ribs. At the same time, he actively twisted his right shoulder and flung his elbow violently outward. Crack! The joint dislocated. His right arm pulled back at an angle impossible for a normal human body, and the short blade in his hand flashed with a cold light. The first slash. The edge of the blade struck the side of the stone ridge, thrusting at his head with pinpoint accuracy. Clang! Sparks and stone fragments exploded at the same time. Lai Yong didn't block it head-on. Instead, he shifted his force the instant they made contact. The stone ridge was deflected by the blade, skimming past his ear and tearing away a lock of black hair. The second slash followed immediately. The dislocated joint allowed his right arm to extend outward another half-foot, the short blade sweeping upward from below to strike the weakest point of the second stone ridge. Crack! The stone ridge deflected, grazed his shoulder, and impaled itself into the tree trunk behind him. The third stone ridge had already reached his chest. Lai Yong flipped his wrist, pressing the short blade down against the tip of the stone ridge. Blade and rock ground together violently. A harsh, piercing sound echoed through the forest. The stone ridge was forced down several inches, carving past Lai Yang's waist and taking a spray of flesh and blood with it. Blood splattered. Yet Lai Yong didn't even twitch an eyebrow. The deadly lock was torn open by his blade. Takino Soda's pupils contracted violently. Impossible. The 5 stone ridges of the rock staff technique had completely sealed off all evasive angles. Lai Yang's body was in a state of stiffness after using the body flicker technique, and the chakra in his body was being heavily devoured by the Kikaiju. That strike just now should have been a guaranteed kill. But Lai Yong not only moved, he also saw through the full trajectories of all 5 stone ridges in an instant, expanding his swinging range through a near self-mutilating method to deflect 3 consecutive attacks. From the moment the stone ridges burst from the ground to the breaking of the deadly trap, less than half a breath had passed. Your body. Takino Soda barely uttered those 3 words before his voice cut off abruptly. Lai Yong had already broken through the enclosure of stone ridges. Fast. Several times faster than before. That wasn't the body flicker technique. There was no outburst of chakra, nor any hand seals formed, just purest physical strength. Yet the speed displayed by this body had already exceeded Takino Soda's comprehension. One moment, Lai Yong was still several feet away. The next, those crimson eyes occupied his entire vision. 3 Tomo rotated at high speed. Cold and serene. No anger could be seen, nor any relief from surviving a near-death encounter. Before Takino Soda's shock could even fully register, the short blade in Lai Yang's hand slashed horizontally across. Splat! The edge sliced through his neck bone. A head flew into the sky. Takino Soda's view spun through midair, and the last thing he saw was his own headless body still holding a hand seal pose. Even as it hit the ground, the expression on his face remained frozen in deep confusion. He didn't understand how someone pushed into a fatal trap, unable to even properly control his fingers, could instantly erupt with such terrifying power. The headless corpse pitched forward. Blood gushed from the severed neck, quickly pooling into a crimson slick on the ground. Captain. For the first time, Ayakawa Yukina's voice lost its composure. From the activation of the 5 stone ridges to Takino Sota being decapitated, everything had happened too fast. So fast that she had only seen Li Yong execute 3 slashes with an uncanny set of movements. So fast that just as she mobilized her swarm of insects, Takino Sota's head was already falling to the ground. That was an elite special Jonin. He specialized in Earth release, had survived countless life and death battles, and had even served in the Anbu on missions. Yet before he could even cast a second jutsu, he was decapitated by Li Yang's single stroke. Ayakawa Yukina controlled her bug swarm to quickly fall back into defense. A dense wall of Kikaichu shielded her front, while even more bugs spread outwards along the ground. She stared intently at Li Yong, cold sweat beading on her forehead for the first time. What did you do? Li Yong did not answer. Not a single ripple stirred in his heart. Fear had vanished. Anxiety had vanished. Pain still lingered, yet it could no longer affect his judgment. Every muscle in his body, every breath of his enemy, and every breeze around him registered with crystal clarity in his perception. Between thought and action, there was no longer any delay whatsoever. So that was it. This was the first order gene lock. For 3 years, he had continuously refined his mind, honed his physical capacity, and pushed the Sharingan's insight to its absolute limit. He had long completed virtually every preparation. All he lacked was death itself. Only when truly on the brink of death could the immense pressure unleashed by vital instincts complete the final link and break open the shackles restricting human potential. Regarding the miracle authority he obtained when he transmigrated, he hadn't guessed wrong. That was precisely the qualification to unlock the gene lock. Ayakawa Yukina couldn't discern any emotion on Li Yang's face, causing her breathing to grow increasingly rapid. The person before her was clearly bleeding from his waist, and his right arm hung at an abnormal angle, yet his aura was more than 10 times more dangerous than before. Kikaichu, devour his chakra. Ayakawa Yukina raised both hands. Buzz. The bug swarm blocking her path burst apart, pouncing toward Li Yang from various directions. The Kikaichu covering Li Yang's body simultaneously accelerated their gnawing. However, Li Yang didn't even lower his head. The short blade twirled between his fingers. The tip swept past his wrist. A Kikaichu was flicked away, leaving not a single mark on his skin. Next, the blade moved continuously along his arm, shoulder, neck, torso, and legs. With every downward stroke of the blade, a Kikaichu was precisely excised. Some bugs had burrowed into the gaps of his clothing, some clung tightly to his wounds, and others were even hidden on his back where his vision could not reach. Li Yong did not need to look. The airflow caused by the beating of the insect wings, the sensation of sharp mouthparts piercing flesh and skin, and the locations where his chakra was being devoured could all serve as the basis for his judgment. The short blade flashed continuously. A dense cold light flashed around his body and vanished in an instant. Dozens of Kikaichu were cleanly sliced down. His clothing and skin remained completely undamaged. Ayakawa Yukina's face instantly turned pale. The Kikaichu of the Aburame clan were extremely tiny and moved closely clinging to the human body. Swinging a blade in such a situation, let alone clearing away the bugs, would sever one's own blood vessels with the slightest deviation. Yet every single stroke from Li Yong was so precise that it made her scalp tingle. There wasn't even a 1 millimeter deviation. This was no longer something that the Sharingan could achieve. The Sharingan could see clearly, but it was impossible for it to allow a heavily injured, exhausted body with shattered joints to complete such precise operations. Monster. Ayakawa Yukina subconsciously took half a step back. Just as this thought formed, Li Yong vanished from the spot. There were no superfluous movements. Nor were there any signs beforehand. The previous instant, he was still clearing the Kikaichu from his body. The next instant, he had already passed through the swarm of insects and appeared right in front of Ayakawa Yukina. Too close. Ayakawa Yukina had no time at all to use the insect clone, she could only raise her kunai relying on years of combat instinct, attempting to block Liang's blade. Yet her movement of raising her hand was as slow as stagnation in Liang's eyes. Shoulders exerting force. Elbows bending. Wrists turning upward. The kunai was still 7 inches away from the blade's edge. The entire process was completely seen through by the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The short blade in Liang's hand swept horizontally across. Splat. Ayakawa Yukina's movements froze. Her kunai had only just been raised to her chest when a thin line of blood appeared on her neck. The next moment, fresh blood gushed out. Ayakawa Yukina covered her neck and staggered backward. Looking at Liang, who was right before her eyes, there was only terror left in her eyes. She wanted to speak, but only broken breathy sounds could come from her throat. She could not understand. Clearly just moments ago, she and Takino Soda had completely driven Liang into a desperate situation. Liang's chakra was nearly depleted, his entire body was crawling with Kikaichu, his body had fallen into stiffness, and there wasn't even the possibility of surviving. Yet in the blink of an eye, the situation had completely reversed. They didn't even have any power to retaliate. Thud. Ayakawa Yukina collapsed to the ground. Fresh blood poured out from between her fingers, her body twitched a few times, and she completely lost all breath. The forest returned to silence once more. From Liang breaking through the Stone Ridge blockade to the deaths of the 2 elite special Jonin of Konoha, the entire process took only a few breaths. He lowered the short blade, letting the blood droplets on the tip drip down. His state of mind remained indifferent. Killing 2 companions with whom he had executed missions several times together did not cause him the slightest bit of wavering. After the gene lock was opened, all useless emotions were suppressed to the deepest recesses. All that remained was absolute calmness. Confirming the enemy's death. Assessing his bodily condition. Clearing away traces. Formulating an evacuation route. Thought after thought surfaced, and were completed in an instant. Liang formed hand seals with one hand. The joints of his right arm had already shattered, yet his hand sealing movements were not affected much. Shadow clone technique. Poof. White smoke dispersed. A shadow clone appeared beside him, first glancing at the 2 corpses on the ground, then lowering its head to appraise the main body. Did it succeed? It succeeded. In that state just now, I can sense the memories, but I am unable to use them. The shadow clone tried moving its body, shaking its head a moment later. As expected, it doesn't work. Liang calmly said, the gene lock exists deep within the main body's genes. You are condensed from chakra, and while you can inherit my memories, experience, and ninjutsu, you do not possess true flesh and blood genes. The shadow clone looked at Takino Soda's severed head. Reaching the first tier was already enough to leave 2 elite special Jonin completely powerless to fight back. This miracle authority is even stronger than we originally deduced. The price won't be small either. Therefore, leave the rest to me. The shadow clone walked over to Takino Soda's corpse, took out a sealing scroll, and unfolded it. Neither corpse could be left behind. Konoha mastered a vast array of tracking methods. The Yamanaka clan could probe memories within the brain, the Aburame clan could search for clues based on the residual information of the insect swarm, and the Anbu also possessed specialized tracking ninja to deal with rogue shinobi. Takino Soda and Ayakawa Yukina had witnessed firsthand Liang's battle after opening the gene lock. Even though they were already dead, their corpses could still leak intelligence. The shadow clone dragged Takino Soda's headless corpse to the center of the scroll. Seal. The jutsu formula spread, and the corpse turned into smoke, being stored inside the scroll. Followed immediately by the head. Then came Ayakawa Yukina's corpse. The shadow clone handled things meticulously, leaving no spilled blood or fragments of clothing scattered nearby behind. Liang stood in place, his 3 Tomo Sharingan still spinning slowly. An unprecedented power suddenly surged from deep within his eyes. The rotation speed of the three tomo grew faster and faster. Everything within his vision began to change. Li Yong could clearly feel that his pupil power was growing at an astonishing speed. The three tomo Sharingan, which had originally reached its limit, now seemed to break through a certain boundary. The three tomo gradually stretched out. The pitch-black patterns extended toward each other, ultimately transforming into three slender wheat grain shapes that equally surrounded the pupil at 120-degree intervals. Mangekyou Sharingan. The shadow clone had just put away the sealing scroll and looked up, immediately seeing the change in Li Yong's eyes. It stared at those brand new eyes for 2 seconds, a look of joy appearing on its face. After the gene lock, it's the Mangekyou. This gamble paid off big time. Feeling the pupil power in his eyes far surpassing that of the three tomo period, Li Yong finally felt a bit more at ease in his heart. Mangekyou Sharingan. The true pinnacle power of the Uchiha clan. There were still several years until Shippuden, and as long as he didn't proactively provoke those entities standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, this pair of eyes was already enough for him to possess ample self-preservation capability. The shadow clone walked up in front of him. Using the Mangekyou too many times will lead to a decline in vision and ultimately complete blindness. Next step, we need to find a way to obtain Hashirama cells. Inside Konoha, there aren't many people who can access Hashirama cells. Danzo and Orochimaru are the most direct targets. Although the risk is not small, it's more realistic than replacing them with a pair of Mangekyou from a blood brother. Li Yong did not answer immediately. After opening the gene lock, an indescribable intuition told him that he did not need Hashirama cells, nor did he need to transplant another pair of Mangekyou. He had other ways to solve the hidden danger of blindness. This feeling had no clear basis, yet it was incomparably strong. Not for now. The shadow clone frowned and said, "Is there another way?" "It's just a feeling. Intuition brought by the gene lock." "Perhaps." Li Yong did not continue explaining. Now was not the time to study the Mangekyou. This place was not too far from Konoha, and the commotion of the battle wasn't small, so all traces had to be erased as quickly as possible. The shadow clone had already completed the sealing of the corpses. Li Yong raised both hands. Under the gene lock state, his finger movements were so fast that only afterimages remained. 6 hand seals in 1 second. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball spewed out from his mouth, crashing heavily into the forest ahead. Boom. The tree trunks burst apart, and the withered leaves were instantly ignited. Li Yong changed direction and formed seals once more. Another great fireball landed in the rear. The flames rapidly spread, and the bloodstains, insect corpses, torn rags, and traces left behind by ninjutsu within the battle zone were all swallowed by the raging fire. The heat wave continued to rise. Thick smoke surged toward the night sky. The entire wooded area quickly turned into a sea of fire. The shadow clone put away the sealing scroll and hurried over to Li Yong's side. "We should go." Li Yong tore a small piece of cotton cloth from his clothing, folded it, shoved it into his mouth, and bit down hard. The gene lock could not possibly come without a price. Ever since the battle ended, he had been able to feel the pain accumulated inside his body. It was just that the gene lock state had suppressed these reactions. Now, his body had reached its limit. Li Yong voluntarily exited the gene lock state. Boom. The accumulated backlash erupted fully at this moment. His skin rapidly turned crimson, and the blood vessels on his forehead and neck bulged one by one. The muscles all over his body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably, and his limbs went into spasms in an instant. Excruciating pain welled up from the depths of every single cell. Gene sequences were disordered. Cells rapidly failed. The shattered joints of his right arm, the wound on his waist sliced open by the stone ridge, and the skin and flesh gnawed by the kikaichu, all the pain was magnified simultaneously. Li Yong bit down hard into the cotton cloth with his teeth. A muffled groan, suppressed to the utmost limit, squeezed out from his throat. His legs completely lost support, and his body fell forward. The shadow clone stepped forward in one stride to catch the main body, hoisted him onto its back, and then rushed into the night, rapidly evacuating the scene overnight. The fire quickly alerted the nearby Konoha ninja. The first to arrive was a squad executing a patrol mission. As the three just crossed the hillside, they saw that the forest ahead had already turned into a sea of fire. Flames tens of meters high rolled over the treetops, thick smoke blocked the night sky, and burning branches continuously snapped and crashed toward the ground. How could it burn so fast? A Konoha ninja's expression changed drastically. The wind direction is changing, and the fire has already spread to the east side. The team leader ninja took only a few glances before immediately making a judgment. Send an emergency signal and request support from all nearby squads. You two come with me, control the fire first. The signal flare shot up into the night sky, exploding beneath the thick smoke. Not long after, two more Konoha ninja squads arrived. Without time to ask for the reason, everyone immediately scattered and formed hand seals. Water release ninjas to the front. Earth release ninjas cut off the fire line. Everyone else clear the combustibles, don't let the fire continue to spread outward. Several ninjas rushed toward the edge of the sea of fire at the same time. Water release. Water severing wave. Water release. Water encampment wall. A massive stream of water roared toward the burning forest, and white water vapor instantly rose. On the other side, two ninjas pressed their hands against the ground. Earth release. Earth-style wall. Earthen walls rose from the ground one after another, forcibly dividing the area where the fire was most ferocious. The remaining people used wind release to change the direction of the thick smoke, and quickly chopped down the outer trees to clear out a firebreak. However, this fire burned far too large. The great fireball continuously ignited multiple areas, and the fire lines connected with each other, long forming a large-scale wildfire. Water release had just suppressed a patch of flames, and the other side burned up again. There are at least 2 ignition points here. A Chunin in charge of extinguishing the fire wiped the water from his face, his voice urgent. No, more than 2. The team leader ninja squatted on the charred ground, reaching out to pinch a piece of burned and cracked soil. The ignition points are distributed too sparsely. An ordinary wildfire could not spread to this extent in such a short time. The surrounding ninjas' breathing paused. Someone committed arson intentionally. At least several large-scale fire release techniques were used. The team leader ninja stood up and looked toward the depths of the sea of fire. A battle took place here. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of several surrounding ninjas changed. Such large-scale fire release traces could by no means be caused by an ordinary conflict. Furthermore, this area is not very far from Konoha. Extinguish the fire first. The team leader ninja commanded in a deep voice. Everyone is not allowed to enter the central area without authorization. Wait for the Anbu to come and handle it. The entire firefighting lasted for nearly 2 hours. When the last open flame was suppressed by water release, the originally dense forest had already turned into a scorched earth. The burnt tree trunks leaned haphazardly, the ground was covered with thick black ash, and the air was filled with a pungent scorched smell. Several masked Anbu ninjas dropped from the treetops. Arriving at the same time as them was a team of root ninjas without any identification. The two sides only glanced at each other, and neither blocked the other. The Anbu captain walked up to the Konoha ninja who first discovered the fire. When was it discovered? 1.5 hours ago. Did you find any suspicious personnel? No. When we arrived, the entire forest was already burning. What about battle traces? The fire was too big, we didn't enter the central area. The Anbu captain nodded and raised his hand to make a few gestures. Several Anbu quickly scattered. Root ninjas similarly entered the fire scene, inspecting the burned ground, rocks, and trees. They did not communicate at all, Yet their actions were extremely proficient, clearly searching for traces left by the battle. Half an hour later, an Anbu ninja stopped in front of a piece of ground that had already collapsed and cracked. He brushed away the black ash, revealing the remaining stone prism roots underneath. Earth release traces. Another Anbu landed nearby and observed for a moment. Rocks thrust upward from underground, with at least 5 attack points. The caster has a very high mastery of this ninjutsu. Can you determine the identity? No. The destruction is too severe. Not far away, a root ninja picked up half a charred insect wing from the ashes. The insect wing was only the size of a fingernail, and its edges were already carbonized. Yet when the surrounding root ninjas saw it, their movements stopped at the same time. Kikaichu. Aburame clan. Send it back for confirmation. A root ninja took the insect wing and sealed it into a small vial specially used for preserving traces. The Anbu captain also noticed this scene. He did not step forward to contend, but asked in a low voice, "Have there been any ninjas from the Aburame clan executing missions in this area recently?" The Anbu beside him took out the mission record and quickly flipped through it. After a few breaths, his hand stopped. There is a 3-person squad. Mission rank. Rank A. Members. Looking at the names on the record, that Anbu's tone gradually became serious. Captain Takino Soda, Elite Special Jonin, once served in the Anbu, excels at Earth release. Team member Ayakawa Yukina, Special Jonin, collateral branch of the Aburame clan, excels at manipulating Kikaichu. The last person. He paused for a moment. Uchiha Ritsuyo, Special Jonin, 3-Tomo Sharingan, excels at fire release, genjutsu, and ninja tool throwing. For a moment, no one spoke around. Earth release. Kikaichu. Large-scale fire release. All the traces remaining at the scene completely corresponded to this 3-person squad. The Anbu captain took the mission record and looked at it carefully from beginning to end. Their mission area is right here. Yes. The mission content is to infiltrate and confirm the intelligence of a group of rogue ninjas, and eliminate the targets when necessary. What about the agreed return time? Last night. Contact signal. None received. The Anbu captain turned his head to look at the completely burned forest. All 3 special Jonin went missing. No bodies, no ninja tools, no distress signals. The Rank A mission completely failed, and battle traces corresponding to the abilities of the 3 people also appeared at the scene. This could by no means be just an ordinary accident. The root ninja took the intelligence record handed over by his companion and quickly swept across the 3 names. When he saw Uchiha Ritsuyo, the gaze beneath his mask visibly paused for a moment. Expand the search range. Focus on confirming Uchiha Ritsuyo's whereabouts. The Anbu captain turned to look at him. The other 2 are also missing. Takino Soda and Ayakawa Yukina were both executing orders. The root ninja's voice was cold. Uchiha Ritsuyo is different. How is he different? The root ninja did not answer. He put away the mission record and directly commanded, "Block the news. Organize all the traces at the scene overnight and send them to the Hokage building and the route respectively." The Anbu captain remained silent for a few breaths and did not stop him. Everyone present knew in their hearts that if the 3 encountered external enemies, the scene shouldn't only leave traces caused by their own abilities. What about the enemy's ninjutsu? What about the enemy's bodies? Even if all traces were destroyed by the big fire, it's impossible for them to disappear so thoroughly. Furthermore, Uchiha Ritsuyo's fire release happened to be able to create this wildfire that burned everything down. All doubts fell upon the only Uchiha. Dozens of miles away, a remote town. It was not yet dawn, and not many pedestrians could be seen on the street. The shadow clone carried Liyong on his back, avoiding the night watchman, entered the room from the back window of the inn, and closed the window again. The room was very small. Except for a bed, a table, and a chair, there were no other furnishings. The shadow clone placed Liyong onto the bed and immediately checked the main body's condition. high fever, chaotic heartbeat. Breathing was fast and slow at times. His limbs were still in spasms, and the blood vessels under his skin continuously throbbed, as if they could rupture at any moment. His right arm joint was shattered, the wound on his waist was still oozing blood, and bite marks left by Kikaichu covered his whole body. What was truly dangerous, however, were not these external injuries. The shadow clone's memory was connected with the main body. He clearly felt that Liang's internal organs were enduring damage several times more severe than the external injuries. Opening the first-order gene lock is, in essence, forcibly breaking free from the restrictions of life instincts. Under normal conditions, a person cannot allow their muscles to fully erupt, let alone continue fighting when their joints are broken and their body is rigid. This is because the brain actively restricts the body. This restriction is not meant to weaken humanity, but to protect life. Uchiha Ritsuyo forcibly broke through this layer of protection just now. Adrenaline was secreted violently, the heart operated under overload, muscle fibers tore on a large scale, and visceral functions were completely disordered. For an ordinary person, cardiac shock alone would be fatal. The shadow clone straightened Uchiha Ritsuyo's body and said in a low voice, "Hang in there." Uchiha Ritsuyo did not respond. His consciousness was still groggy, but his brows remained tightly knitted. After a few breaths, his body suddenly trembled. Cough. A mouthful of fresh blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, staining the pillow red. The shadow clone immediately turned him on his side to prevent the blood from blocking his airway. More blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Ritsuyo's breathing became even weaker, and his heartbeat even experienced a brief pause. The shadow clone did not panic. The chakra was still there. Moreover, the total amount had not decreased by much. This proved that Uchiha Ritsuyo's chakra meridians had not collapsed. Chakra was inherently the product of the combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. The vitality of yang release contained within it was continuously buffering the damage brought by the gene lock. Ordinary people opening the first-order gene lock could only rely on their physical constitution to hard resist the backlash. If they could endure it, they would complete the transformation. If they could not endure it, they would die on the spot. Uchiha Ritsuyo, however, had an extra layer of chakra protection. Those heavily battered cells instinctively began to devour the life energy contained within the chakra in his body, repairing the torn muscles and stabilizing the chaotic visceral functions. The process was still painful. However, the risk of death was greatly reduced. Time passed bit by bit. Uchiha Ritsuyo on the bed coughed up blood 2 more times. Every time he coughed up blood, his aura would weaken by a fraction. Strangely enough, the total amount of chakra in his body did not drop significantly, only the activity belonging to the physical energy within the chakra was continuously absorbed by the cells. The shadow clone had been guarding by the bedside the entire time. Until the late night, Uchiha Ritsuyo's out-of-control heartbeat finally returned to stability. His breathing was also no longer sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The crimson red on his skin slowly receded, and the bulging blood vessels gradually returned to normal. The shadow clone reached out and pressed against the side of Uchiha Ritsuyo's neck, feeling the increasingly stable pulse. It's done. The most dangerous stage had already passed. The visceral damage did not continue to worsen, and cell exhaustion was forcibly curbed by the vitality of yang release in the chakra. Uchiha Ritsuyo had survived the first backlash. From now on, the first-order gene lock would no longer be an unknown power that could take his life at any time, but a brand-new foundation that completely belonged to him. Early morning. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the gap in the window and fell by the bedside. Uchiha Ritsuyo slowly opened his eyes. The moment his consciousness recovered, the pain lingering deep within his body surged forth all at once. His chest felt stuffy, his internal organs throbbed faintly, and every heartbeat brought a wave of palpitations. Compared to the excruciating pain erupting from the depths of his cells last night, these amounted to nothing. Awake. The shadow clone was sitting by the table, turning its head to look over. Uchiha Ritsuyo did not get up immediately. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed his physical state. How long was I unconscious? One night. What about the backlash? It has already stabilized. The shadow clone stood up and walked to the bedside. Your heartbeat, breathing, and visceral functions have all returned to normal. The first backlash has been weathered, and there will be no more fatal dangers in the future. Uchiha Ritsuyo slowly let out a breath. The situation last night was even more perilous than he had anticipated. Without the chakra buffer, the moment he exited the gene lock, he might have died from cardiac shock. The ninja's chakra system happened to make up for the most dangerous link after opening the gene lock. His experiences across 2 lifetimes allowed Uchiha Ritsuyo to quickly suppress the emotions of surviving a catastrophe. Death had passed. Surviving meant that high-stakes gamble was a complete success. How are your eyes? The shadow clone asked. Uchiha Ritsuyo opened his eyes once more. Dujutsu power gushed out from the depths of his eyes. 3 slender wheat-shaped black markings circled his pupils, and power far surpassing the 3 Tomo period rapidly gathered. The shadow clone only made eye contact with those eyes for a split second, and its body instinctively tightened. It's stronger than last night. Uchiha Ritsuyo could clearly feel that 2 completely different pupil techniques were brewing within the Mangekyou. Left eye, Divine Shackle. Right eye, Miro. That was a power that belonged uniquely to him. The ultimate spiritual condensation brought by the First Order gene lock completely shattered the boundaries of the 3 Tomo. After the Dujutsu power completed a qualitative change, even his perception became different from the past. Uchiha Ritsuyo raised his hand and pressed against his eye sockets. The newborn Mangekyou was not yet completely stable. An obvious soreness and swelling came from both eyes, and a brief blur appeared at the edges of his vision. The shadow clone tore off a clean strip of cloth and handed it into his hands. Don't use them yet. The Mangekyou has just been opened, and the body is still in the recovery period. Let your eyes adapt for a few days. Uchiha Ritsuyo took the cloth strip, blindfolded his eyes, and tied a knot behind his head. Darkness blocked his vision. His expression, however, did not change in the slightest. 3 days. The shadow clone judged, at most 3 days, and the body will be able to recover to a normal state. 3 days is enough. Then we'll leave today. The shadow clone walked to the window, lifted a crack open, and observed the streets outside. The fire last night was too big. Konoha will definitely send people to investigate. Takino Soda and Ayakawa Yukina are missing, and no corpses can be found at the scene. Sooner or later, they will lock onto you. Taking advantage of the news not having spread to the border yet, let's leave the land of fire immediately. Uchiha Ritsuyo sat up, leaning his back against the head of the bed. The original plan is cancelled. The shadow clone turned its head back. What do you mean? We're not going to the border. You're planning to stay in the land of fire. That's right. The shadow clone stared at the main body blindfolded, falling silent for a full few breaths. This is completely different from the original plan. The original plan was to use an A-rank mission to break away from Konoha's surveillance, and then quickly leave the land of fire using the mission area as a starting point. As long as they crossed the border, Konoha's tracking forces would be restricted. But staying in the land of fire now was equivalent to actively waiting for the Anbu en route to come knocking. When opening the gene lock, I felt changes in luck. Uchiha Ritsuyo's tone was calm. Miracle authority does not grant power for nothing. Every time we break free from restrictions, it will trigger greater fluctuations. This fluctuation will bring crises, and it will also bring hunting down. The shadow clone already understood. So you're not planning to hide. Why hide? Uchiha Ritsuyo was blindfolded, but his voice was calmer than ever. Takino Soda and Ayakawa Yukina drove me into a desperate situation, which is why I opened the First Order gene lock. Without that hunt, I would still only be a special Jonin. The people Konoha sends out next will only be stronger. The shadow clone took a breath. You want to use Konoha's pursuers to continue tempering yourself. Sustaining war through war. The shadow clone looked at the main body on the bed who had not yet recovered and had even temporarily sealed his eyes, the shock in its heart growing increasingly intense. The original Uchiha Ritsuyo was already bold enough. He dared to set up a scheme with his own life, borrowing two elite special Jonin to open the gene lock. But at that time, Uchiha Ritsuyo's goal was still to leave Konoha. Right now, however, it was completely different. After opening the gene lock, the main body's mindset had undergone a complete transformation. No longer evading crisis. No longer treating hunting down as trouble. Since fluctuations in luck would inevitably bring danger, he would proactively greet it and turn every crisis into nourishment for becoming stronger. This decision of yours. The shadow clone paused for a moment, slowly spitting out two words. Is crazy enough. Konoha village. The lights of the Hokage building had not gone out all night. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his office desk, with the investigation records sent back overnight placed in front of him. Danzo stood on the other side of the desk, his cane propping against the ground, that single eye exposed outside his bandage staring coldly at the mission roster. There were only the two of them inside the office. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down the first report. No corpses were found at the scene. Nor were there any clear traces left behind by rogue ninjas. Takino Soda used Earth Release, and there was also residue from Ayakawa Yukina's Kikaichu. As for that big fire, Danzo took over his words. It's the Uchiha's fire release. There are many people who can use large area fire release. But among the three people executing the mission, only Uchiha Ritsuyo is most proficient in fire release. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not refute, only picking up another report. The mission targets have also lost their traces. The possibility of them discovering the infiltration in advance and setting an ambush cannot be ruled out. Hiruzen, are you still preparing to make excuses for the Uchiha? Danzo's voice grew even colder. Takino Soda once served in the Anbu, and Ayakawa Yukina also received training in the route. Two elite special Jonin went missing at the same time, yet no clear traces of any enemy were left at the scene. It is impossible for them not to even be able to send out a distress signal. Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice, that's all the more reason to investigate it clearly. Until when are you going to investigate? Danzo tapped the ground with his cane. Uchiha Ritsuyo has shown abnormal behavior since the mission began. Not long after the team entered the mission area, a battle broke out, and the entire forest was burned down by fire release. Takino Soda and Ayakawa Yukina are missing, and he hasn't returned to Konoha either. All traces point to him. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the three names on the roster. Without corpses, it cannot be confirmed that Takino Soda and Ayakawa Yukina are dead. Without direct evidence, it also cannot be confirmed that Uchiha Ritsuyo has defected. Danzo let out a cold snort. Evidence. The Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction with the village has not been a matter of 1 or 2 days. The power of the military police force is growing larger and larger, and their resentment toward the village is also growing deeper and deeper. A 3-Tomo Uchiha suddenly disappeared in an A-rank mission, and even burned away all the traces at the scene. Isn't this enough? Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head. Danzo, the Uchiha are also members of Konoha. Precisely because they are members of Konoha, they are even more dangerous. They hold the village's intelligence, possess the Sharingan, and have never truly let go of their desire for power. Since Uchiha Ritsuyo could kill Takino Soda and Ayakawa Yukina, he might take even more Konoha intelligence to other ninja villages. You have no evidence to prove that he killed the two of them. I don't need proof either. Danzo gripped his cane tightly, his voice devoid of any temperature. He is an Uchiha, he went missing during a mission, and his fire release destroyed the scene. These are enough to convict him. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not answer immediately. The office fell silent, with only the thin smoke rising from the pipe at the corner of the desk. He picked up the intelligence report on Uchiha Ritsuyo again, flipping through it page by page. Uchiha Ritsuyo, Special Jonin. 3 years ago, he awakened the 2-tomo. 2 years ago, he was promoted to Special Jonin. 1 year ago, he awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. His mission completion rate was very high, with no records of disobeying orders or abandoning comrades during missions. In addition to his ninja resume, there was also an investigation by the Anbu into his daily activities. Unlike many reclusive members of the Uchiha, Leong loved interacting with people. Classmates from the Ninja Academy, teammates met during missions, members of the military police force, ordinary logistics ninjas, and even merchants in the village all maintained good relationships with him. Over the past 3 years, he had also successively invested funds to participate in the businesses of medicinal herbs, ninja tool repairs, fabrics, and grain. Although the scale wasn't large, it involved the livelihoods of quite a few Konoha villagers. Hiruzen Sarutobi flipped to the last few pages. They recorded the investigators' evaluations of Leong. Treating others with gentleness. Handling matters thoroughly. Approving of the village's system. Actively helping several ninjas who retired due to injuries. Never openly expressing dissatisfaction with the higher-ups of Konoha. The last record was about Leong mentioning Uchiha Shisui during a gathering. He said at the time that the Uchiha should not belong solely to the Uchiha, but even more so to Konoha. The clansmen and the village should not be hostile to each other. Truly strong people should become the bridge connecting both sides. These words were extremely similar to Shisui's philosophy. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down the intelligence report, his voice low. The Anbu investigated him long ago. Leong usually interacts closely with villagers, ninjas, and merchants. Within the Uchiha military police force, there are also quite a few people who recognize him. His businesses are all in Konoha, and his connections are all in Konoha. Why would a person who spent 3 years taking root in the village defect without any warning? Danzo said coldly, these could also just be a disguise. A disguise for 3 years. A ninja can disguise themselves for 10 years just to complete a mission. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up his pipe and took a slow puff. He has no records of contacting other ninja villages, no secret transfer of businesses, and no advance preparation of supplies to leave the land of fire. To conclude that he killed his teammates and defected based solely on a single disappearance is too rash. Danzo gripped his cane, his tone growing increasingly tough. Hiruzen, you are always like this. You always wait until the threat truly erupts and the village pays the price before you are willing to admit that your judgment was wrong. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze sank. Danzo. Did I say something wrong? Danzo met his gaze directly. Orochimaru back then was like this, and the Uchiha now are the same. The more sociable Uchiha Ritsuyo is, the more dangerous he is. He runs businesses, wins people over, and even accumulates influence inside the military police force. Would an ordinary special jonin do these things? Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke. He is accumulating prestige for himself, and it could also be to improve the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. Shisui is doing the same thing. Do not compare him to Shisui. The cane in Danzo's hand landed heavily on the ground. Thud. A muffled sound echoed within the office. Shisui has always been under the control of the Anbu. His actions, missions, and targets of contact all have traceable records. Uchiha Ritsuyo is different. He is enthusiastic about socializing, runs businesses, participates in military police force affairs, and actively contacts various personnel in the village. This is not a pure will of fire, this is weaving a web of connections that belongs to himself. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. Danzo took a step forward. You think there are no signs of his defection. Yet Takino Soda and Ayakawa Yukina have already gone missing. The mission site was burned to scorched earth by fire release, and among the three of them, Liang is the best at fire release. He has still not returned to Konoha by now, nor has he sent out a distress signal. If this doesn't count as a sign, what does? Does it only count when you see him carrying two corpses and handing Konoha intelligence over to other ninja villages? Hiruzen Sarutobi did not speak. Danzo did not give him time to continue thinking. Furthermore, the village has never truly trusted him. What do you mean? Why are the Anbu's investigation records on him so detailed? Danzo stared at the intelligence on the desk. His friends, businesses, remarks, mission habits, and even the number of private contacts with military police force members are all recorded clearly. This is not an ordinary investigation. Konoha has been monitoring Uchiha Ritsuyo for a long time. Hiruzen Sarutobi's fingers holding the pipe tightened slightly. Of course, he was clear about this matter. After the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village deepened continuously, the Anbu expanded the scope of surveillance. Uchiha Ritsuyo was young, his strength improved rapidly, and he was good at managing relationships, naturally making him a key observation target. Not finding problems in the past did not mean the surveillance did not exist. Danzo continued, since the village has long suspected him, why pretend to have no guard now? We haven't found the corpses of rogue ninjas, nor have we found the ninjutsu traces of other ninjas. Up to now in the investigation, all clues have been cut off. Uchiha Ritsuyo is the only breakthrough point. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking up. What if he merely encountered an attack? Then find him and find out who the attacker is. What if Takino Sota and Ayakawa Yukina are still alive? Finding Liang will still allow us to know their whereabouts. What if he refuses to return to Konoha? Danzo did not hesitate at all. Treat him as a rogue ninja. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pipe. Before confirming the facts, you are not allowed to kill him directly. Danzo's eye exposed outside the bandages narrowed slightly. No one can guarantee capturing him alive during a battle. I mean, under conditions that permit it, bring him back to Konoha for interrogation. Very well. Danzo agreed very quickly. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him for a moment, and finally took out a blank order from the desk, picked up a pen to write the content, and stamped it with the Hokage seal. The matter of Uchiha Ritsuyo's disappearance is handed over to the root for a thorough investigation. The Anbu and the Border Patrol will provide you with assistance. The whereabouts of Takino Sota and Ayakawa Yukina must also be investigated together. Danzo took the order and lowered his head to glance through it. This order meant that the root could retrieve all of Liang's past data, seal his businesses, interrogate people close to him, and freely mobilize tracking forces within the Land of Fire. Most importantly, the root had obtained the qualification to take action against Liang. I will give the village an explanation. Danzo turned and walked toward the office door. His pace was still not fast, and the frequency of his cane hitting the ground did not change in the slightest. Until the office door closed, no emotion could still be seen on that aged face. But the plan had already formed in his mind. A living Uchiha Ritsuyo could accept interrogation. A dead Uchiha Ritsuyo could also have his Sharingan and brain brought back. As long as the root found the person first, what exactly was brought back in the end was up to him to decide. From this moment on, Uchiha Ritsuyo was no longer an ordinary missing ninja. He was the biggest suspect in the eyes of Konoha's higher-ups. The investigation, tracking, and liquidation targeting him were also fully rolled out following that Hokage order. Inside the inn of a remote town, the shadow clone stood in front of the bed, still digesting the decision the main body had just made. Are you really prepared to stay? Indeed. This is the Land of Fire, not the border. The shadow clone lowered its voice. Once Konoha confirms your defection, the Anbu, the Root, and the military police force may all participate in the pursuit. Towns, post stations, and checkpoints along the way will also receive wanted notices. Continuing to stay here is equivalent to actively sending yourself into the encirclement. Liang, with his eyes blindfolded, sat cross-legged on the bed. So what? The shadow clone was choked up for a moment by this counter-question. Over the past 3 years, the main body had never been this radical. To accumulate fortune, they ran businesses, made friends with companions, and gradually expanded their influence in the military police force. Even though they had decided to defect, the initial plan was to use the mission to get rid of surveillance and then immediately leave the land of fire. Every step had been repeatedly deduced. Countermeasures had been prepared for every kind of risk. Endurance, dormancy, steady development. This was the style of conduct Liang had consistently adhered to for the past 3 years. But after opening the gene lock, the main body seemed to have completely abandoned the past rhythm. The shadow clone couldn't help saying, "We spent 3 years to build our foundation to this level. Connections, businesses, and influence within the clan were all accumulated bit by bit. As long as we leave the land of fire, avoid Konoha's pursuit, and find a safe place to practice, both the Mangekyou and the gene lock can steadily grow stronger. Yet you now want to stay here and wait for the pursuers. This is not taking a risk, it's gambling everything we already have all over again." Liang asked calmly, "What do you think the gene lock is?" "Breaking body limits and releasing potential." "Wrong." Liang raised one hand, his 5 fingers slowly tightening into a fist. "If it were merely releasing bodily potential, after unlocking the first order gene lock, it would be impossible for me to burst forth with several times my strength while in a heavily injured state. What it shatters is not a simple restriction. Instead, it is the shackles carved deep within the genes in order for life to maintain stability." The shadow clone fell silent. Liang continued, "The instinct of life is to survive, to stay away from danger, and to maintain the status quo. Yet the path of the gene lock is precisely the opposite. Every breakthrough requires actively touching the limits of life, mining potential from deep within the genes that has never been used before. Retreating once, hesitating once, will allow life's instinct to regain the upper hand. On this path, if you do not advance, you retreat." The shadow clone frowned tightly. "So you want to use combat to maintain that state? Not just to maintain it." Liang's voice was firm. "I want to completely change my past mindset. My forbearance in the past was because I lacked sufficient strength. Managing businesses, making connections, and participating in the affairs of the military police force were all to accumulate fortune and to gain more choices before the clan extermination. Caution was not wrong back then. But now, I have already unlocked the gene lock, and I have also obtained the Mangekyou. Clinging to the past methods will only bind me to my former self." The shadow clone looked at him. "Power, connections, and businesses, you want none of them." "Why wouldn't I want them?" Liang asked rhetorically. "Strength is fortune, power is fortune, and connections are also fortune. Everything accumulated over 3 years of management has already become my foundation. Leaving Konoha does not mean they never existed. But fortune cannot be hidden away from. Konoha wants to hunt me down, and those pursuers themselves are new fortune. If I win, I will step on them and continue to grow stronger. If I lose, it is nothing more than death." The shadow clone took a deep breath. This was not impulse. The main body had thought things through very clearly. Precisely because he had thought it through clearly, it was all the more insane. "It seems I cannot persuade you. You or me. Precisely because I am you, I understand how difficult the past 3 years have been." The shadow clone shook his head. The main body suddenly changed his temperament. "As a clone, I really can't get used to it for a moment." Liang raised his right hand. "Then there's no need to get used to it." The shadow clone's expression changed. "Wait." Bang. White smoke burst open. The shadow clone vanished instantly. The memories, fatigue, and mental exhaustion of the entire night returned to the main body all at once. Liang's body swayed slightly. A distinct throbbing pain came from his temples, and in an instant, his thoughts also gained a layer of heaviness. He did not resist. Fatigue was truly present. Forcibly suppressing it would only affect his judgment. Li Yong sat with his eyes closed for a moment, organizing all the memories brought back by the clone, and then once again raised his hands to form seals. Shadow clone technique. Bang! A new shadow clone appeared in the room. He lowered his head to move his arms a bit, then looked toward the main body on the bed. I know all the memories of the old clone. Any objections? None. The new shadow clone walked to the window. Since we've decided to stay, leave the trivial matters to me. You just focus on recovering your body and consolidating the first order gene lock. Li Yong nodded. This was precisely what the shadow clone was best suited to do. Gathering intelligence, arranging footholds, handling daily affairs, and judging Konoha's scope of pursuit. The main body, however, had to put all his energy into his newfound power. When first unlocking the gene lock, he had merely relied on the pressure of death to forcibly crash through the shackles. Although that state was powerful, it was extremely unstable. How to actively enter, how to exit in time, how long the body could endure it, and what changes backlash would undergo as the duration increased, all of this needed to be mastered. Over the next few days, Li Yong did not leave the room. He constantly recalled the sensations when unlocking the gene lock. Heartbeat. Fear. The pressure of death. The moment his consciousness broke through the limitations of life's instincts. Every single detail was repeatedly deconstructed. Until the morning of the third day, when he once again touched that layer of shackles hidden deep within his genes. Thump. His heart beat heavily. The muscles across his entire body tightened instantly. In the blindfolded darkness, everything around him suddenly became clear. It was not vision. The positions of the tables and chairs, the direction of the windows, and the distance between the walls and his body were all presented in his consciousness in another way. Air flowed into the room through the cracks in the window, skirted around the corners of the table, and blew the cloth strips hanging down from the bedside. Someone walked past outside the house. The weight of the other person's footsteps as they landed, their breathing frequency, and the faint sounds of clothing friction were all captured by Li Yong. He stood up from the bed, his eyes still blindfolded with cotton cloth. 1 step. 2 steps. Li Yong walked straight toward the room door. There was a chair blocking the way ahead. Without pausing, the tips of his toes brushed past the outer side of the chair leg, and his body naturally shifted sideways by half an inch. The hem of his clothes did not touch the back of the chair. The shadow clone stood to the side, raising his hand to push the teacup on the table toward the edge. The teacup fell. Li Yong turned and reached out his hand. Snap! The teacup steadily landed in his palm. Not a single drop of the remaining half cup of water inside spilled out. The shadow clone took out a kunai and flicked his wrist abruptly. Swish! The kunai shot over from Li Yong's rear side. Li Yong did not look back. He merely moved half a step to the left, and the kunai grazed past his shoulder, embedding itself into the wall ahead. This is not the Sharingan. The shadow clone stared at the main body, whose eyes were blindfolded. Nor is it ordinary perception. Li Yong placed the teacup back onto the table. Super intuition. After entering the first order gene lock, my perception of danger, the environment, and life breath underwent a qualitative change. Even if I lose my field of vision, it will not affect my actions. The shadow clone walked behind him, changing positions 3 consecutive times. Li Yong consistently faced his direction accurately. It is more direct than sensory ninjutsu. The shadow clone said in a low voice, there's no need to weave seals, and there are no chakra fluctuations. As long as someone poses a threat to you, you can detect it in advance. The range is still not large enough. We can continue practicing. Li Yong did not take off the cotton cloth blindfold. The Mangekyou required time to adapt. Super intuition similarly needed continuous mastery. Since Konoha's pursuers could appear at any moment, he would use this period to patch up his weakest areas. Konoha Underground, Root Base. 7 ninjas stood neatly in front of Danzo. 2 squads. 2 Jonin captains, 5 elite members. Everyone wore masks, and there were no markings on their bodies to prove their identities. Danzo handed a stack of intelligence to the foremost Jonin. Target, Uchiha Ritsuyo. Bring back his corpse and eyes. Understood. The 7 of them responded in unison. No one asked for a reason. Root ninjas do not need reasons, only to complete orders. After leaving the base, the 2 squads entered a secret room and began confirming the target's intelligence. Uchiha Ritsuyo, Special Jonin, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Fire Release and Wind Release Chakra. Skilled in Fire Release, Genjutsu, Ninja Tool Throwing, and Shadow Clone. In mission records, the highest achievement is killing 2 Chunin alone. 1 member flipped to the back. Taijutsu Evaluation, Medium. The Jonin captain asked. Confirmed. Confirmed. The target's promotion relies mainly on Fire Release, Genjutsu, and Sharingan. In the past 3 years of missions, he has rarely engaged in prolonged taijutsu combat with enemies. Another person calmly analyzed. Uchiha rely on their eyes. Obscure vision at close range, use ninja tools and ninjutsu for suppression at long range, and do not make eye contact with him. Genjutsu will be mutually dispelled by pairs of 2. Shadow clones need to be identified with priority. The Jonin captain spread out the map of the Land of Fire. After leaving the mission area, the target did not pass through the border checkpoint. Hokage-sama has already permitted retrieving records from the towns along the way. Based on hotel registrations and eyewitness intelligence, he may still be in this area. A finger landed in the center of the map. With this as the center, divide into 4 search areas: East, West, South, and North. The first squad will search the east and north sides. The second squad will search the west and south sides. Upon discovering the target, solo combat is not permitted. A member asked, "What if there is no time to rendezvous?" The primary attacker stalls the target, and the rest block the retreat path. The Jonin captain looked at everyone. The target is only a special Jonin, but possesses the 3 Tomo Sharingan. We cannot be careless in frontal combat. Earth release restricts movement from underground. Ninja tools block the evasion space, and then someone skilled in close combat completes the kill. Remember, do not give him the chance to cast Fire Release and Genjutsu. Understood. That night, the 2 root squads left Konoha. The next day, the mountains and forests of the Land of Fire. Li Yong's eyes were covered with a cotton cloth, walking alone in the forest. His speed was not fast. Yet under his feet, he never stepped on a dead branch once. Low-hanging branches ahead blocked his way, and he turned his head in advance to avoid them. On the ground to the right, there was a dirt pit covered by fallen leaves. His footsteps naturally shifted, as if he could see all obstacles. Suddenly, Liang stopped. The wind was still blowing. There were no footsteps in the forest, nor any abnormal chakra fluctuations. But the feeling of being watched had already appeared. Southeast, 2 people. West, 1 person. There was also an aura underground, rapidly approaching. Liang did not remove the cotton cloth from his eyes, and only took a step forward. The ground suddenly split open. A hand reached out from the dirt, its 5 fingers fiercely grabbing at his ankle. Earth release. Headhunter technique. The moment the palm grabbed the target, the root ninja who performed the technique immediately exerted force downwards. The next moment, Liang, who had been pulled underground by him, exploded with a bang. Bang! White smoke swallowed the ground. Shadow clone. The root ninja underground quickly withdrew his hand. But it was already too late. Another hand reached out from deeper down, grabbing his wrist. Liang's shadow clone burst out from the earth, backhand dragging him out from underground. That root ninja reacted extremely fast. The moment his body left the ground, he raised his knee to slam into the shadow clone's chest. Bang! The shadow clone actively dispersed. The root ninja, losing support, fell toward the ground, flipped into a half-kneel, and immediately retreated backward. The captain lurking in the dark narrowed his eyes. The target discovered the underground sneak attack in advance. And he had hidden a shadow clone underground since goodness knows when. The intelligence is erroneous. A root member lowered his voice. His sensory ability is very strong. The captain did not respond, raising his hand to change the gesture. The plan continues. Since the close-range sneak attack failed, they would use ninja tools for blockade. The root ninjas hidden all around struck at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of kunai shot out from behind the woods, bushes, and rocks. Up, down, left, right, all directions were covered. The flight angle of every single kunai had been calculated. Some went straight for vital spots, some blocked the retreat route, and some kunai collided with each other in midair, altering their trajectories to attack from Liang's blind spots. The dense sounds of breaking air merged into one. Liang was still standing in place. The cotton cloth covered his eyes, and he wasn't even holding a weapon in his hand. The root captain stared at his every move. The Sharingan is not activated. He hasn't discovered all the attacks. Another member clenched his kunai, ready to deliver the final blow at any moment. With this density, even activating the Sharingan makes it impossible to dodge. Watch out for shadow clones. The real body is right in the middle. Hundreds of kunai were getting closer and closer. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The root captain was already starting to judge from which direction Liang would forcefully break through. The front and left-right sides were completely sealed off. The only chance was upward. But as long as Liang leapt up, the members lurking in the treetops would immediately launch an attack. This encirclement and slaughter only truly began from the moment the headhunter technique failed. Just as the first batch of kunai was about to hit Liang, the ground in front of him suddenly exploded. Bang! Another shadow clone jumped out from underground. The root captain's expression changed slightly. No, he hit another clone underground. The shadow clone held several kunai in each hand, swinging his arms fiercely outward. A dozen kunai flew out to meet the dense offensive. The numerical gap was too large. A root member said coldly, useless. A dozen against hundreds. Even if every single one could knock away an attack, it wouldn't change the outcome. Yet the shadow clone completed the hand seals the moment the kunai left his hands. Ninja art. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. White smoke burst continuously in midair. A dozen kunai split instantly, their number growing crazily. Dozens. Hundreds. Hundreds. Dense kunai covered the sky in front of Liang. Clang, 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 clang. Two sheets of black flying blades violently collided. Sparks burst like a rainstorm. The hundreds of kunai fired by root, whether frontal assassinations or colliding changes in direction, were all accurately intercepted. Every single collision was just right. Some kunai were directly knocked away, some had their directions changed, and others broke away from their original trajectories in continuous collisions. The root captain's pupils shrank sharply. Impossible. The member beside him jerked his head up. He originally thought the target would at most save his life, never expecting the other party to use the same ninja tools to shatter the blockade head-on. That was an attack launched simultaneously by two elite squads. Every angle had been calculated, and every route coordinated with the others. Liang was even blindfolded. The root ninja responsible for the underground raid had just steadied himself when he saw the kunai in midair completely overwhelm their own offensive. His breathing suddenly hitched. Captain, those kunai haven't fallen down. The root captain also discovered it. After knocking away all attacks, the hundreds of kunai produced by the shadow clone did not dissipate. They changed direction in continuous collisions. Blade edges flipped. Cold light intersected. Hundreds of kunai turned their sharp edges around, fiercely counter-killing the root ninjas hiding in the dark. Hundreds of kunai spun back in reverse. The sound of breaking through the air was piercingly dense. The root ninja hiding behind the tree crowns, rocks, and bushes could no longer maintain their concealment. Scatter! The root captain barked an order. 4 figures leapt out simultaneously. One member formed hand seals rapidly, chest suddenly swelling. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A violent gale erupted with a roar. Dead leaves, gravel, and broken branches on the ground were swept up together, crashing head-on into the overwhelming barrage of kunai. The dozens of kunai at the very front instantly lost their aim, colliding with each other as they flew to the sides. The kunai in the rear did not stop, still piercing through the gale and blanketing the position where the 4 were hiding. Earth release. Earth-style wall. A thick earthen wall rose abruptly from the ground. The clanging impact sounds instantly merged into one continuous din. Hundreds of kunai bristled across the wall's surface, and rubble continuously crumbled down. There was also a portion that bypassed the earthen wall, whistling past from both the left and right sides, leaving dense holes in the tree trunks and the ground. The several root ninja dodged individually. When the member responsible for wind release landed, a crack had already appeared on the edge of his mask. A kunai grazed his cheek, slicing open the flesh, and blood dripped down his chin. He didn't reach out to wipe it, only staring fixedly at the shadow clone in front of Liang. Shuriken shadow clone technique. There's no mistake. The root captain's voice was much deeper than before. As Konoha ninja, it was impossible for them not to recognize this jutsu. Rank A ninjutsu, Shuriken shadow clone technique. Using physical shuriken to create a large number of clones with real offensive power, the greater the number, the higher the requirement for chakra control. This was not an ordinary clone jutsu. Every split ninja tool had to possess the exact same trajectory, speed, and lethality. Wanting to create hundreds of kunai in a single fleeting moment, and moreover completing such complex collisions and redirections, the difficulty was shockingly high. Throughout Konoha, there was only one person truly famous for this jutsu. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. A root member whispered. This ninjutsu wasn't in the intelligence report. The intelligence report also didn't say that he could lock onto everyone's position while blindfolded. Another person gripped their kunai tighter. An ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan cannot possibly copy this level of ninjutsu. The root captain did not refute. The Sharingan could indeed copy ninjutsu. But copying did not equal mastering. Seeing through the hand seals was only the first step. Chakra nature, control precision, execution experience, lacking any single one could lead to the failure of the ninjutsu. The Shuriken shadow clone technique was an even more high-difficulty ninjutsu developed by Hiruzen Sarutobi combining his own experience. A special Jonin who was only recorded in the intelligence as being proficient in fire release, genjutsu, and ninja tool throwing suddenly displayed such a proficient rank A ninjutsu. What this represented was no longer just an intelligence omission. Uchiha Ritsuyo had always been hiding his strength. Staring at the figure whose eyes were wrapped in cloth and who had never moved even half a step from beginning to end, a strong sense of warning arose in the depths of the root captain's heart for the first time. Abandon the original tactics. Re-evaluate the target's strength. Do not close in, first probe his perception range. The moment the order fell, Liang's hands had already clasped together. Tiger. Snake. The 2 hand seals flashed by in an instant. Water release. Hidden mist technique. Thick white mist rapidly rose from among the forest. In just a few breaths, several hundred meters around was completely enveloped by the mist. The trees disappeared. The rocks disappeared. Even companions separated by just a few meters were left with only a blurry outline. The 4 root members immediately gathered their formation, backing against each other in different directions. He also has water release chakra. The intelligence records fire and wind as his 2 natures. Wrong again. The root captain raised a hand to press down the others' voices. He is depriving us of our vision. The three-tomo Sharingan was inherently skilled at capturing movements. Now that Liang had created dense mist, it seemed as though he had sealed off his own vision along with it, but the reality was completely different. They had witnessed it firsthand just now. Even with his eyes blindfolded, Liang could discover underground sneak attacks in advance, and could even accurately judge the flight trajectories of hundreds of kunai. The mist had no effect on him whatsoever. The only ones affected were Root. Blow it away. The member proficient in wind release formed seals once again. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A violent gale swept up from flat ground. The white mist around was forcibly torn apart, and towering trees were revealed once more. Just as everyone could clearly see the scene over 10 meters away, the dense mist further away surged back in following the wind. In barely 2 breaths, their vision was sealed off once again. That member's expression sank. The mist's range is too large. Great breakthrough can only blow away a part of it temporarily. Continue. A second violent wind erupted. The white mist rolled outward, quickly merging back together again. This time, the route captain finally saw Liang's position clearly. There were 2 figures not far away. One Liang stood in place, his eyes blindfolded with cotton cloth, his expression calm. The other was not blindfolded, holding a short blade in his hand, his three-tomo Sharingan a blinding scarlet. Neither of them retreated. They didn't even change positions under the cover of the dense mist. The route captain's heart sank abruptly. That's not right. What they were supposed to be doing wasn't surrounding and killing an ordinary enemy, but hunting down a defecting ninja. Liang ought to have tried every possible means to break out of the encirclement and leave the land of fire as quickly as possible. Yet from the start of the battle until now, not only did the opponent not escape, but instead first broke the ninja tool blockade, and then actively released a thick fog, turning this entire area into a battlefield suited for himself. That feeling was as if the prey had never intended to escape from the very beginning. Instead, it was waiting for them to step in voluntarily. Careful! The route captain suddenly roared. The three-tomo Liang in the mist vanished. There was no chakra burst. There was no commotion left behind by the body flicker technique. The previous moment, he was still standing quietly beside the main body. The next moment, a heavy pressure rushed straight toward the front of the route captain. Too fast. The route captain only had time to raise his kunai. The short blade came crashing down. Clang. Metal clashed against metal. A notch instantly burst open on the surface of the kunai. A colossal force far exceeding expectations poured into his body along his arm, leaving the route captain's 5 fingers numb and a clear crisp sound coming from his wrist. The ground beneath his feet exploded at the same time. His entire body flew backward out of control, continuously snapping 2 tree branches with his back before slamming heavily against a tree trunk. Bang! The tree trunk vibrated. A large swath of leaves cascaded down from overhead. Captain! The 2 root ninja on the left and right rushed toward the direction the sound came from simultaneously. But just as they entered the dense mist, the route captain sternly barked a command to stop them. Don't come over. He forcefully endured the sharp pain in his wrist and flipped over to land on the ground. The three-tomo Liang did not pursue, only standing a few meters away holding the short blade. The route captain's breathing was already chaotic. That slash just now had no complex techniques, nor any ninjutsu amplification. Pure strength. Yet just such a slash had almost broken his wrist. The evaluation of Uchiha Ritsuyo's taijutsu in the intelligence report only consisted of 2 words. Average. Is this called average? If he hadn't personally received that slash, he would never have believed that an Uchiha proficient in fire release and genjutsu could reach this level of close combat strength. The taijutsu intelligence is also fake. The route captain's voice grew tight. You have always been hiding your strength. Liang did not deny it. Moving his feet, he closed in once again. The short blade slashed horizontally. The route captain leaned back to dodge it, the blade's edge sweeping past his mask. Before he could even steady himself, Liang had already changed his blade-holding posture, slamming the hilt heavily toward his chest. He raised his arm to block. Bang! The arm guard caved in on the spot. The root captain staggered backward, his chest feeling stuffy and oppressed. The gap in strength was simply too vast. His speed was also comprehensively suppressed. Even more terrifying was the opponent's technique. Every single attack from Liang landed precisely on the weakest point of his power exertion. No matter how he changed his moves, the opponent seemed to have seen through everything in advance, always sealing off any subsequent counterattacks with the minimal number of movements. It wasn't just the Sharingan. The Sharingan could see movements, but it couldn't conjure up this level of combat instinct out of thin air. The root captain deliberately left an opening, exposing his left side entirely. Liang thrust forward with a blade. Just as the blade was about to touch his ribs, the root captain's body suddenly sank, and the steel wire hidden in his sleeve instantly sprang out, wrapping toward the wrist holding Liang's blade. On the other side of the mist, the two team members who had been prepared for a while formed hand seals simultaneously. As long as Liang continued his attack, the steel wire would restrict his wrist. The two team members' ninjutsu would arrive the next instant. This was the most commonly used enemy luring tactic of the root. One person voluntarily took damage, while the others completed the fatal blow. But the short blade in Liang's hand suddenly stopped. The blade was only half an inch away from the root captain's ribs. The steel wire brushed past his wrist and missed. Your coordination is far too familiar. Liang's voice was calm, deliberately showing an opening to let your comrades complete the attack. The root always goes back and forth with just these tricks. The root captain felt a chill run through his entire body. The next moment, Liang had already finished forming hand seals with his left hand. There were only two seals. The root captain couldn't even see the hand seal form clearly before a violent vibration came from under his feet. Earth release. Earth rising spear. PFF'd. Sharp stone pillars burst forth from underground, instantly piercing through his waist. The root captain's body stiffened. Fresh blood flowed down the stone pillar. He looked down at the rock protruding from his abdomen, his eyes beneath the mask still filled with incomprehensible horror. After water release, it was earth release again. One-handed seals. Streamlined hand seals. The ninjutsu activated so fast that it left no time to dodge. All the intelligence was completely wrong. Turns out, you already. That's right. Liang withdrew his short blade. From the moment you took the initiative to retreat, I knew you were luring the enemy. The root captain's lips moved, but he could no longer make a sound. His head dropped. His body was pinned in place by the stone pillar. Silence returned to the dense mist. A moment later, a root ninja appeared behind Liang. He first glanced at the captain who had already breathed his last, showing no impulsiveness, nor losing his judgment due to a comrade's death. The captain was only a shadow clone. A comrade's voice came from the other side. The enemy didn't dissipate immediately, nor did he take the opportunity to attack. The third person had already circled to Liang's side and back. Confirm the real body. The three of them didn't doubt the fallen Liang. During the previous clash, the unblindfolded Liang had used the shuriken shadow clone technique and proactively closed in to kill the captain. According to normal judgment, the one responsible for the fighting was more likely the real body. As for the one who always had his eyes covered and hadn't moved, that was the shadow clone left behind in the rear to confuse them. A root member silently closed in. A kunai pressed against Liang's neck. Don't move. The sharp blade pressed into the skin and flesh, cutting a tiny wound. Fresh blood flowed down his neck into his collar. Liang didn't dodge. The root ninja continued to exert force with his hand, reaching out his other hand toward Liang's shoulder, preparing to seal his chakra. Release the ninjutsu and accept arrest. Have you confirmed that I am the real body? Liang suddenly asked. That member's movements paused slightly. The next moment, ignoring the kunai pressed against his neck, Liang suddenly turned around. The blade sliced open the skin and flesh. Fresh blood splattered. However, his short blade pierced through the opponent's chest at an even faster speed. PFF'd. The tip of the blade protruded from the back of the root ninja. Now it's confirmed. Liang withdrew his blade. The corpse collapsed to the ground with a thud. The pupils of the remaining two root ninjas shrank sharply. It bleeds. It didn't dissipate after being injured. This truly is the real body. Kill him. The two of them pounced simultaneously from left and right. One person thrust his kunai straight at the heart, while the other sealed off the retreating direction. Liang didn't dodge. He just watched the two of them rush close, and suddenly let out a soft chuckle. 6 explosive tags suddenly appeared on the surface of the body of Liang, who had been pierced through the chest and had already fallen to the ground. The movements of the two root ninjas froze at the same time. A shadow clone. Not good. Boom. The 6 explosive tags exploded simultaneously. The fiery light instantly engulfed all 3 of them. The violent shockwave spread outward, snapping nearby trees in unison, and soil and gravel were blown up into midair. The two root ninjas didn't even have time to retreat before their bodies were torn apart in the explosion. White smoke also burst open in the center of the flames. The Liang responsible for close quarters combat disappeared along with it. From beginning to end, the one who bled, was injured, and swung his blade to kill was still just a shadow clone. On the other end of the dense mist, the blindfolded Liang sat cross-legged on the ground, his posture unchanged. The memories of death, blade wounds, and the pain of the explosion brought by the disappearance of the shadow clone flooded into his mind simultaneously. His breathing paused for just a fraction of a second before returning to stability. The tempering of the spirit and will by the gene lock had long allowed him to calmly endure this level of pain. After confirming that all 4 pursuers were dead, Liang raised his hand to form hand seals. Bang! A new shadow clone appeared beside him. The two stood up, left the explosion area, and walked side by side toward the depths of the mountain forest. The shadow clone stretched his shoulders. This battle was easier than expected. The intelligence they hold is already outdated. More than just outdated. The shadow clone counted on his fingers and said, the Shuriken shadow clone technique, hidden mist technique, earth rising spear, as well as the one-handed seals and streamlined hand seals from just now, none of them are in Konoha's intelligence. After releasing the gene lock, your understanding of ninjutsu didn't disappear. Whether high tier or low tier, as long as you learn it, you can quickly grasp its core. Liang nodded. When opening the gene lock, the brain's control over chakra was elevated to the absolute limit. Ninjutsu that previously required multiple hand seals to complete could now omit a large amount of redundant steps as long as he grasped the key nodes of chakra circulation. The same applied to one-handed seals. For ordinary ninjas, forming hand seals with both hands was to ensure the stable flow of chakra. But his control over his body and chakra had already far surpassed the past. One hand was enough. The shadow clone continued, what's more important is the chakra natures. Fire and wind were just the 2 natures you displayed before. After the first order gene lock completely released the body's potential, all 5 chakra natures have been fully awakened. Fire, water, wind, earth, lightning. If Konoha still prepares tactics based on old intelligence, no matter how many times they come, they will only suffer losses. Liang said calmly, your improvement is not small either. Ninjutsu, chakra control, hand seal speed, I can inherit all of these. Saying this, the shadow clone shook his head again. But the truly powerful part of the gene lock, I cannot inherit. Super intuition belongs to the life instinct of the real body. The extreme muscular power exertion after breaking through the body's protective limits also requires real flesh and blood and genes. That near instinctive judgment in combat, the early capture of danger, and the illusion resistance on a mental level, none of these belong to ordinary ninjutsu and memories. Li Yong was not surprised by this. The shadow clone was composed of chakra. It could inherit ninjutsu knowledge, combat experience, and ways of thinking, but it did not possess real genes, so naturally it couldn't open the gene lock. It's enough. Li Yong said, as long as you make the most of your ninjutsu and chakra advantages, you can surpass the vast majority of special jonin. The real body will be responsible for close combat and truly formidable enemies. The shadow clone thought for a moment and smiled. Calculated this way, the core before the fourth tier of the gene lock is actually very simple. Amplify the potential of the human body and chakra to the extreme. The biggest shortcoming in the past was taijutsu. Now strength, speed, reaction, and technique have all skyrocketed. The actions that the Sharingan can see, the body can truly keep up with. In terms of ninjutsu, 3 more chakra natures have been added, and you can also perform one-handed seals and streamlined hand seals. Overall combat power has at least doubled. Li Yong's steps didn't stop. This is only the first tier. Yeah, this is only the first tier. The shadow clone turned to look at him and suddenly chuckled. The only problem is, other people's protagonists are invincible at 10 and sweep across the ninja world at 12. You only completed your transformation at 20. This fast-tracked talent is somewhat lacking in protagonist vibes. 2 hours later, 3 figures descended into the mountain forest. The leading route captain raised his right hand, and the other 2 immediately stopped. A large swath of trees ahead had collapsed, and the ground was covered in charred cracks. The soil kicked up by the explosion had not yet fully settled, and the air still lingered with the pungent smell of burning exploding tags. One team member crouched down and pressed his palm against the ground. A moment later, his voice grew heavy. There is no living person's chakra. Another team member took out a summoning scroll, confirming there were no new messages on it. The Luyu team is 2/4 hours past the agreed time, yet they still haven't activated the timed summoning. Communication is cut off, and there are no survivors on the battlefield. Something happened to them. The captain did not respond and walked straight into the battlefield. The first corpse was quickly discovered. The corpse's chest was completely caved in, there were burns left by exploding tag blasts on the body, and only half of the mask remained. The team member in charge of checking reached out to feel the side of the neck, then shook his head. They've been dead for at least an hour. 10 odd meters further ahead, the second corpse lay under a tree, its neck slit by a short blade with a clean and neat wound. The third corpse had half its body pinned under rubble. The 3 of them quickly searched the entire battlefield. No survivors. The Luyu team, completely wiped out. The root ninja in charge of reconnaissance walked up to a raised patch of ground and brushed away the rubble. Several broken stone pillars pierced out diagonally from the ground. Earth release. Earth rising spear. He found another collapsed area not far away. There are still traces of underground movement here. Judging from the residual ninjutsu, it should be the subterranean headhunter technique. Another team member landed among several broken trees and looked up at the sword marks on the tree trunks. The sword marks varied in depth, but their directions were extremely dense. On one of the large trees that required 2 people to embrace, there was even an obvious depression left in the trunk. That was not caused by ninjutsu. Someone had been blasted into the tree trunk with immense force, broke free instantly, and continued fighting. Captain, come and take a look. The captain came under the tree and reached out to touch the edge of the depression. The tree bark burst inward. There were also a large number of footprints on the surrounding ground, the soil was crushed repeatedly, and several footing points were even half a foot deep. High-intensity taijutsu combat. The team member spoke in a low voice, and the speed is very fast. Many footing points are only separated by a few feet, yet the ground burst apart simultaneously. The combatants must have engaged in high-speed body flicker technique several times. Captain Luyu excels at close combat, but he couldn't have left behind this many traces. Another person looked at the corpses scattered around, his breathing growing heavy. Luyu is a jonin. The other 3 members are also root elites. This team had executed missions together year-round. Their reconnaissance, crowd control, ninjutsu suppression, and close combat coordination had almost no flaws. Even if they encountered those long-famed elite Jonins of Konoha, they were confident they could retreat unscathed. Yet there wasn't a single survivor before them. Not even anyone had time to activate the timed summoning. The reconnaissance team member crouched beside a corpse, raised his head after checking the injuries. There is more than one fatal wound. Some died from exploding tags, some were killed by short blades, and others were first subjected to heavy blows before receiving a finishing strike. Their formation was shattered head-on. This sentence made the other 2 fall silent simultaneously. The strongest aspect of a root team was never an individual, but their coordination. Being able to shatter the Luyu team head-on meant that the enemy not only possessed astonishing strength and speed, but had also completely seen through their tactics. The captain swept his gaze across the battlefield again. Earth release. Subterranean headhunter technique. Exploding tags. Large-scale ninja tool collisions. And taijutsu traces far exceeding an ordinary special Jonin. Uchiha Ritsuyo's profile quickly surfaced in his mind. Fire release, wind release, genjutsu, ninja tool throwing. Moderate taijutsu. There was no earth release in the files, nor such terrifying close combat capability. It wasn't just one person. The captain finally spoke. The 2 team members looked at him simultaneously. Uchiha Ritsuyo fought here, but someone else assisted him. People from other ninja villages. Cannot be confirmed for now. The captain looked at the corpses. Based solely on Uchiha Ritsuyo in the intelligence, it's impossible to completely wipe out the Luyu team. To be able to achieve this extent, they must be at least elite Jonins. It's even possible there was more than one person. A team member asked, should we abort the pursuit? No. The captain took out a summoning scroll and quickly wrote down the battlefield situation. The Luyu team has been completely wiped out. If Uchiha Ritsuyo really colluded with ninjas from other villages, we must confirm their identities as soon as possible. He bit his finger and pressed it onto the center of the scroll. Summoning technique. White smoke burst forth. A small summoning animal responsible for delivering messages appeared on the scroll. The captain sealed the intelligence and tied it to the back of the summoning animal. Send it back to the root headquarters. The summoning animal nodded, then vanished in a puff of white smoke. The captain stood up. Continue the pursuit. Maintain maximum vigilance. This time's target is no longer an ordinary special Jonin. The intelligence was quickly sent into the root base. Danzo finished reading the scroll, his 5 fingers gripping his cane tightening bit by bit. The Luyu team, completely wiped out. 1 Jonin, 3 elite members, leaving no survivors behind. A Jonin is not an ordinary ninja found everywhere. Cultivating a Jonin requires talent, resources, a vast amount of mission experience, and repeated life and death struggles. The number of Jonins in the entire Konoha is limited. Luyu was even a root elite personally selected by him, excelling in close combat, assassination, and battlefield command. The other 3 had followed Luyu for many years, and their mutual coordination had long since formed an instinct. Such a team, even if encountering a renowned elite Jonin, wouldn't be wiped out in a short period of time. Yet they died within the borders of the Land of Fire. Dying without a sound. Uchiha Ritsuyo. Danzo picked up the basic intelligence on the desk. Taijutsu, moderate. Ninjutsu, mainly fire release. Highest combat record, single-handedly killing 2 Chunins. There are no records of lightning attribute chakra, nor any records of earth release. Danzo flipped through the on-site report once more. A large number of taijutsu clash traces. Earth rising spear. Subterranean headhunter technique. Exploding tag close range explosion. Every single item doesn't match the original intelligence. Hiding strength. Danzo quickly negated this judgment. Hiding one type of ninjutsu is easy. Hiding a portion of taijutsu is also not difficult. But to achieve a crushing defeat in front of the Luyu team, Liang's true strength must at least reach the elite Jonin level. A 20-year-old Uchiha could hide this kind of strength flawlessly under the long-term surveillance of the Anbuan route. Impossible. Then, only one other explanation remains. Someone is helping him. Danzo stared at the map of the Land of Fire, flashes of Iwagakure, Kumogakure, Hidden Mist, and Sunagakure passing through his mind. Being able to sneak into the Land of Fire silently and cooperate with Liang to completely wipe out an elite route team means the newcomers are definitely not ordinary ninjas. Yet recently, no abnormalities have been reported from the border. Konoha's intelligence personnel stationed in various countries haven't found any large-scale deployments either. If they truly are elites from other ninja villages, why would they risk helping an Uchiha defect? Danzo couldn't figure it out. The more he couldn't figure it out, the heavier the fury in his heart grew. Keep investigating. A cold voice rang out in the underground secret room. Whoever killed the Luyu team must pay the price. In the forest, Liang still had his eyes blindfolded with cloth. The shadow clone had a short blade strapped to its back, walking on his right. The two of them were not moving fast, but their footsteps did not hesitate in the slightest. Suddenly, Liang stopped. The shadow clone also placed a hand on its hilt at the very same instant. The surroundings were quiet. However, killing intent was already coming from ahead, the left side, and above the treetops. They're here. Liang said only 2 words. The next moment, several kunai shot out from among the leaves. The shadow clone drew its blade. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks burst out continuously. Almost simultaneously, 3 root figures leapt out from different directions. They had already reviewed Uchiha Ritsuyo's intelligence and received the news of the total annihilation of the Luyu team. Without any probing, their very first moves were fatal strikes. But when they saw clearly that Uchiha Ritsuyo's eyes were still blindfolded, and that there was a shadow clone beside him with its 3 Tomo Sharingan opened, their movements all paused briefly. Why is the main body blindfolded? Don't get distracted. The root captain gave a low shout and charged at the shadow clone first. The shadow clone's 3 Tomo spun abruptly. The root captain locked eyes with those eyes for just a split second, and the branches beneath his feet seemed to transform into several iron chains, tightly binding his limbs. Genjutsu. The root ninja on the side immediately disrupted his chakra. Release. The illusory iron chains shattered instantly. Just as the root captain regained clarity, his vision was already filled with lightning. Blinding blue-white current covered the short blade, then spread from the shadow clone's arm across its entire body. Crackle. Dense popping sounds rang out in the air. Lightning release. The root captain's pupils shrank violently. The file contained no record at all that Uchiha Ritsuyo possessed lightning release chakra. Lightning suddenly burst forth from beneath the shadow clone's feet. Lightning flicker. The figure vanished directly from the field of vision of the 3 root ninjas. It wasn't that they couldn't see the movements clearly. Rather, their naked eyes simply couldn't keep up. Relying entirely on the instinct formed from years of combat, the root captain raised a kunai to block to his left. Clang. The short blade wreathed in lightning slashed down heavily. A notch instantly chipped open on the kunai. The violent current poured through the metal into his arm, paralyzing half of the root captain's body on the spot. His fingers lost control, and his shoulder and chest were torn open by the blade's edge, creating a bloody gash. He staggered backward, unable even to stand steady. Captain. A root ninja provided support from the side. The shadow clone didn't turn back. The blade thrust out with a backhand, precisely piercing through the opponent's raised arm and penetrating from the throat into the back of the neck. Spurt. Fresh blood spewed out. The first person died on the spot. Just as the other root ninja's hands came together, the shadow clone vanished once again. Lightning spanned several meters. The back of the blade struck his wrist a step early, forcibly interrupting his hand seals, and then a kick slammed into his chest. Crack. Ribs fractured. That root ninja flew backward, crashing into a tree trunk as blood gushed wildly from his mouth. 2 injured, 1 dead. From the start of the exchange until the 3 lost their combat capability, it took only a short few breaths. The root captain knelt on the ground, half of his body still twitching. He stared fixedly at the shadow clone walking over with its blade, understanding for the first time why the Luyu team had been completely wiped out. Swordsmanship. Lightning release. Body flicker technique. The 3 had no pause whatsoever, as if they had long since merged into one. That special Jonin in Konoha's archives who possessed moderate taijutsu and excelled in fire release and genjutsu was fake from start to finish. I see. The root captain forced himself to raise his head, deliberately slowing his speech. You hid yourself for so many years just for today. He was stalling for time. The paralysis was subsiding. As long as he was given a few more breaths, he would have a chance to launch a final counterattack. The shadow clone didn't answer. The root captain continued, you cannot leave the land of fire. If you kill us, there will still be the Anbu, the root, and even the Uchiha military police force afterward. The more abilities you display, the higher the village's regard and attention toward you will be. If you turn back now, there might still be a chance. Lightning burst forth once again. The root captain's voice stopped abruptly. The shadow clone had already appeared behind him. The short blade slashed horizontally. Slash. The head rolled onto the ground. That headless body still knelt in place, only pitching forward after a moment. The root ninja who had crashed under the tree struggled to raise his hand. His sternum was fractured, and every breath brought out fresh blood, yet he still stared fixedly at the lingering lightning beneath the shadow clone's feet. This kind of flicker. What is your relationship with Uchiha Shisui? The shadow clone did not stop. The root ninja still wanted to form hand seals, but the blade wreathed in lightning had already pierced his heart. His body trembled violently, and his fingers hung down limply. The entire mountain forest returned to silence once again. Uchiha Ritsuyo had remained standing in place the entire time. The cotton cloth blindfolding his eyes was not removed, and he hadn't even made a move personally. The shadow clone shook the blood off the blade and began dealing with the battlefield. It collected the items capable of proving the root's identity, and re-inspected the lightning release traces and blade marks on the ground. Lightning release, lightning flicker, and the swordsmanship had already been exposed. But how much intelligence Konoha could obtain was up to him to decide. Uchiha Ritsuyo never intended to hide the identity of the killer in the first place. Since the root sent people to hunt him down, he would kill his way back head-on, making Danzo clear about who exactly caused this loss. But admitting to killing people did not mean handing over all his trump cards. The gene lock, super intuition, Mangekyou, and the main body's true close combat capabilities still could not be exposed. The shadow clone formed hand seals with both hands. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball roared into the battlefield. The blazing flames instantly engulfed the corpses and trees. The footprints, blade marks, and lightning flicker landing points remaining on the ground were quickly covered by the raging fire. The 2 did not linger, turning around and leaving the mountain forest. That night, the remains of the root ninjas were sent back to Konoha. Danzo stood in the morgue, looking at the several battered corpses, his expression terrifyingly cold. Another root team was completely wiped out. 2 elite squads. 2 Jonin captains. Not a single survivor. This was no longer an ordinary loss. The root's tracking forces within the borders of the Land of Fire had been ruthlessly severed by a chunk by Uchiha Ritsuyo. Call someone from the Yamanaka clan over. Not long after, a Yamanaka ninja skilled in mental secret techniques rushed to the morgue. After examining the corpses, he said in a low voice, the brains suffered a fatal shock, so the memories will be fragmented. Read as much as you can. Yes. The Yamanaka ninja pressed his palms against both sides of the root captain's head and closed his eyes. The mental secret technique was activated. Fragmented scenes rapidly flooded into his consciousness. A quiet mountain forest. Uchiha Ritsuyo with cotton cloth blindfolding his eyes. The shadow clone standing beside Uchiha Ritsuyo, holding a short blade. Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan. A flash and gun genjutsu. Following that, blinding lightning covered the blade. An extreme speed flicker tore open the field of vision. Kunai shattered, current poured into the body, and the blade severed the throat. Although all the scenes were fragmented, they clearly reflected the exact same face. The Yamanaka ninja abruptly opened his eyes, breathing heavily. Danzo stared at him. Who is it? The Yamanaka ninja raised his head. Uchiha Ritsuyo. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Naruto. I need Konoha to hunt me down so I can awaken my Mangekyou Sharingan. Part 2. As the Yamanaka ninja's reply fell, there was not a sound left in the morgue. Danzo stared at the head that had been brought back, his expression turning ashen. It was Uchiha Ritsuyo again. It was neither an unknown ninja from another village nor an elite from a hostile country sneaking into the land of fire. From start to finish, the only person who killed the root ninja was him. Continue. The Yamanaka ninja closed his eyes once more, pressing both hands onto the deceased's head. More fragmented memories were pieced together bit by bit. White mist blanketed the mountain forest. Hundreds of kunai collided in midair. A shadow clone suddenly burst forth from underground. Hand signs completed with a single hand. Earth release, water release, lightning release. And that lightning flicker, so fast that even a Jonin couldn't react in time. The Yamanaka ninja's breathing grew heavier and heavier, and cold sweat quickly seeped from his forehead. These memories were far too chaotic. The deceased had suffered severe trauma before death, and the images in the brain were full of gaps, but even so, the intelligence compiled from those incomplete fragments was still astonishing enough. After a few breaths, the Yamanaka ninja released his hands. Lord Danzo. The target has performed water release, hidden mist technique, earth release, earth rising spear, and also mastered a high-speed body flicker technique that stimulates the body with lightning release. His shadow clone is also quite special. Danzo asked coldly, how is it special? The shadow clone can fight independently, with no obvious flaws in ninjutsu, swordsmanship, or genjutsu. The Yamanaka ninja paused for a moment. Until death, the deceased couldn't determine which one was the real body. What else? One-handed hand signs. Danzo's hand gripping his cane suddenly tightened. Are you sure? The memories may be incomplete, but non-existent images won't appear for no reason. The Yamanaka ninja lowered his head. Uchiha Ritsuyo completed the hand signs using only one hand, and the hand signs were greatly simplified. Earth Rising Spear only used two hand signs, and its activation speed far exceeded that of a normal ninja. Danzo's expression grew completely gloomy. In Konoha's files, Uchiha Ritsuyo only had two chakra attributes, fire and wind. He was proficient in fire release, genjutsu, and ninja tool throwing. His taijutsu was moderate. His highest combat record was merely killing two chunin by himself. Yet the Liang in the deceased's memories mastered water release, earth release, lightning release, hidden mist technique, lightning flicker, one-handed hand signs, and a special shadow clone. This was no longer an omission. Rather, it was a disguise from start to finish. Dismissed. Yes. The Yamanaka ninja left the morgue. After the heavy doors closed, Danzo stood in place without moving for a long time. He finally understood why Luyu team had been completely wiped out. And why the three people sent subsequently couldn't even send out a distress signal. It wasn't that someone was helping Liang. Nor was it that enemy ninjas had sneaked into the land of fire. Rather, Uchiha Ritsuyo's true strength was completely different from the files Konoha held. Hiding for so many years. Danzo clenched his teeth, his cane slamming heavily onto the ground. Thud. The Uchiha truly cannot be trusted. Li Yong clearly knew that Konoha possessed the Yamanaka clan and could read the memories of the dead, yet he still left behind the corpses and the head. This was not an oversight. It was provocation. He didn't care at all what Konoha could find out. It even seemed as though he deliberately let these corpses bring back the intelligence, making Root realize just how absurdly wrong their previous judgment had been. Danzo did not stay in the morgue any longer. He rushed to the Hokage building overnight and directly pushed open the office door. Hiruzen Sarutobi was still handling documents. Seeing Danzo enter, he put down the pen in his hand. Any more news? Danzo slammed the compiled memory intelligence onto the desk. Take a look for yourself. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the report. As soon as he finished reading the first page, his gaze froze. The further he flipped, the more sullen the expression on his face became. Water release, earth release, lightning release. One-handed hand signs, simplified hand signs, special shadow clone. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head. Did all this intelligence come from the memories of the deceased? The Yamanaka clan has confirmed it. Danzo pressed his cane against the ground, his voice cold and hard. Hiruzen, do you still think he might have been attacked? Hiruzen Sarutobi did not answer. 2 root squads had been completely wiped out. In the memories of the deceased, the culprit pointed entirely to Uchiha Ritsuyo. This was already irrefutable hard evidence of defection. Danzo continued, he has lived in Konoha for 20 years. Yet in the special Jonin files, not even his chakra attributes are completely recorded. Water release, earth release, lightning release, one-handed hand signs, and that shadow clone capable of independently killing a Jonin. How long has he hidden these things? Hiruzen Sarutobi flipped through the report again. Some abilities might have been mastered recently. Recently. Danzo sneered. A special Jonin suddenly masters 3 chakra attributes, learns multiple unregistered ninjutsu, and can perform one-handed hand signs within just a few days of leaving the village. Hiruzen, do you believe that yourself? Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent. This indeed could not be explained. Ninjutsu could be copied via the Sharingan. But chakra attributes, hand sign methods, and combat habits could by no means undergo such huge changes within a few days. The only reasonable explanation was that Li Yong had mastered these powers long ago and simply never displayed them in front of the village. He has been deceiving Konoha all along. Danzo's voice grew colder and colder. The Anbu investigated him for 3 years, and Root also gathered intelligence on him. As a result, everyone only saw what he wanted us to see. And Uchiha deliberately hides his true strength, builds prestige within his clan, establishes industries in the village, and wins over ninjas and civilians. Do you still think that was just to improve relations between the Uchiha and Konoha? Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped his pipe without speaking. Danzo took a step forward. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, the one who controlled the Nine Tails was the Sharingan. Over the years, the Uchiha clan has grown increasingly dissatisfied with the village, and radical voices within the military police force have continuously emerged. Now, another Uchiha Ritsuyo who has hidden for many years has popped up. He didn't act on the spur of the moment. He had prepared to defect long ago. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned and said, the Nine Tails Rebellion has not yet been thoroughly investigated, we cannot treat all Uchiha as enemies. But Uchiha Ritsuyo is already an enemy. Danzo did not yield at all. He killed 2 mission companions and successively annihilated route tracking squads. He openly displayed abilities never registered in the past, and purposely left behind corpses to let the Yamanaka clan read their memories. This is telling us that he is not afraid of Konoha sending people at all. Danzo's eye exposed outside the bandages stared fixedly at Hiruzen Sarutobi. A person like this must be killed. Otherwise, even more Konoha intelligence will be taken away by him, and even more ninjas will die at his hands. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the casualty record on the desk. Takino Sota, Ayakawa Yukina, Luyu Team. The subsequent tracking squad. Name after name, all representing ninjas nurtured by Konoha with massive resources. Now, all these people were dead. His actions are indeed against reason. Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a low voice, since he decided to defect, the most reasonable choice should have been to hide his abilities and leave the land of fire as quickly as possible. Yet he didn't leave. And he even actively left behind corpses that could have their memories read. Danzo said coldly, because he is arrogant. He is convinced that Root cannot kill him. Hiruzen, continuing to hesitate will only expand the losses. Uchiha Ritsuyo must be relentlessly hunted down, with his corpse, eyes, and brain all brought back to Konoha. None of his intelligence can be allowed to fall into the hands of other hidden villages. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent for a long time, finally putting down his pipe. Continue the pursuit. Danzo's eyes flickered slightly. What about the Anbu? They won't be dispatched for now. Are you also restricting the route? The village cannot disrupt its normal deployment because of a single rogue ninja. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him, his voice deepening. But this time, I won't stop you. All investigation results are temporarily sealed. No information must be leaked to the Uchiha clan. Danzo understood what he meant. Liyong had already defected. However, it was still unconfirmed whether the interior of the Uchiha clan knew about this. If the news were made public now, the military police force would likely react in advance, or even cause the already tense relationship between the Uchiha and the Konoha higher-ups to completely spiral out of control. I will handle it. Danzo picked up the intelligence on the desk and turned to leave the office. Having obtained the Hokage's tacit consent, he had no more scruples. That night, 4 secret chambers were opened consecutively in the Root's underground base. 4 elite squads assembled simultaneously. Each team was led by a Jonin or special Jonin, and the remaining members were all experienced elite Chunin. Sensory, tracking, earth release restriction, wind release suppression, close quarters assassination, sealing, and medical support were all fully equipped. Danzo stood on the high platform, looking down at everyone below. The target is Uchiha Ritsuyo. His corpse and eyes must be brought back. Yes. Uniform responses echoed through the base. Danzo handed a sealed scroll to each of the 4 captains. Aside from the assassination mission, the orders within the scrolls must also be completed. Without checking, the 4 captains stowed away the scrolls directly. On the surface, they were leaving the village to hunt down a rogue ninja. In reality, each squad also carried different missions. Making contact with the covert agents planted outside by the route. Establishing new secret outposts. Transferring supplies. Winning over available forces within the land of fire. Danzo would not waste this opportunity to reasonably mobilize the route to leave the village. Hunting down Liyong was merely the most important item among them. Expanding the route's power outside the village equally could not be stopped. After leaving the base, the 4 squads quickly vanished outside Konoha. No one thought the mission would fail. 2 teams will surround and kill him together, another will block the retreat path, and the last team will be responsible for support. A special Jonin captain glanced over the latest intelligence on Liyong. Even if the target possesses elite Jonin strength, it's impossible for him to deal with all of us at once. A root ninja nearby said calmly, when necessary, we can exchange 2 lives for a chance at a guaranteed kill. As long as we find his true body, shadow clones are meaningless. We have even surrounded and killed renowned powerhouses from other villages. The captain put away the intelligence. A 20-year-old Uchiha cannot turn the tables. But reality quickly shattered their judgment. Liyong, who was continuously traveling, encountered 3 root squads one after another. The moment the first squad completed their encirclement, they were torn apart from the inside by a shadow clone lurking underground. The second squad attempted to seal off the valley with a large-scale ninjutsu, but several shadow clones burst out from the thick fog simultaneously. The third squad didn't even have time to confirm Liyong's location before the sensory ninja was decapitated a step early. Each battle was shorter than the last. Liyong was already tired of the repeated encirclements and assassinations. He didn't even lift a finger himself. The shadow clones used lightning flicker to break through the blockade, formed hand seals with one hand to interrupt ninjutsu, and cleanly harvested lives with blades and kunai. The root's proud coordination was completely meaningless in the face of absolute speed and the intelligence gap. The last Jonin captain was pinned to a tree trunk by several kunai. Looking at the corpses covering the ground, his breathing beneath his mask became completely erratic. Just how much strength have you been hiding? The shadow clone did not answer. A flash of lightning swept past. A short blade severed his throat. The corpse slid down from the tree trunk, blood soaking the ground. 3 elite root squads were completely wiped out. Severed limbs littered the mountain forest, and a heavy stench of blood lingered for a long time. Li Yong walked across the battlefield, merely casting a glance at it. Clean up. Understood. Several shadow clones swiftly retrieved the still usable ninja tools, scrolls, and supplies. After dealing with the spoils of war, the group didn't linger and continued on their way. The root's scheduled communications were interrupted one after another. The 3 messages representing the squads' statuses also completely vanished on the same day. When the intelligence was transmitted back to Konoha, the higher-ups were thoroughly shocked. In times of peace, Konoha hadn't experienced such high casualties in a long time. Utatane Kaharu and Homura Mitokado rushed to the Hokage office at the same time. Danzo was also forcibly summoned over. Now, you must explain things clearly. Utatane Kaharu slapped the casualty list onto the desk. 3 root squads were completely annihilated within the Land of Fire. 12 elite ninjas, among them 3 Jonin. Danzo, what on earth did you send them to do? Homura Mitokado's expression was equally ugly. These people leaving the village didn't go through a high-level meeting. The mission details were not disclosed to us either. You have overstepped your authority. Danzo leaned on his cane, his attitude cold and firm. Root missions are confidential. No comment. Utatane Kaharu said angrily, so many people have died, and you still want to brush it off using confidentiality. The root answers directly to the Hokage. Danzo looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. I don't need to explain to you. But the root is also Konoha's strength. Homura Mitokado said in a deep voice, losing 3 elite squads at once during a time of peace, this kind of loss is enough to affect the village's mission arrangements. If you are allowed to continue mobilizing them privately, who will keep the root in check? Danzo did not back down. The mission has not yet ended. Making the insider details public now will only give the target more time to prepare. Who is the target? Utatane Kaharu stared at him. Which shinobi village's elite is worth you sending so many root ninjas? Or are you once again using a mission to expand your own power? Danzo's gaze turned cold. The dispute inside the office grew increasingly intense. Finally, Hiruzen Sarutobi raised a hand and tapped the desktop. Enough. The 3 of them looked at him simultaneously. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up a sealed file and pushed it to the center of the desk. I permitted this matter. Utatane Kaharu frowned and said, Hiruzen. The target hunted by the root is not a ninja from another village. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was low. It is Uchiha Ritsuyo. Homura Mitokado's expression changed slightly. That special Jonin from the Uchiha clan. Correct. Hiruzen Sarutobi recounted everything that had happened 4 days ago. A-rank mission spiraled out of control. Takino Sota and Ayakawa Yukina died. Forest fire. Uchiha Ritsuyo defected. The combat memories extracted from the deceased's brains by the Yamanaka clan. As well as the repeated, gravely erroneous judgments of strength. Utatane Kaharu flipped through the report, her fingers pausing on the casualty statistics. 6 root squads. 3 regular Konoha ninja teams. 6 Jonin. She raised her head, her voice somewhat tight. All died at the hands of Uchiha Ritsuyo. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly nodded. Homura Mitokado immediately asked, are you sure it's just him alone? It has been confirmed. No ninjas from other villages assisted. None. Homura Mitokado looked at that string of names, not speaking for a long while. 6 Jonin. The remaining dead were not ordinary genin either, but long-trained, experienced shunin and special jonin. Such a force, placed in any small country, would be enough to sway the situation. Yet they were only hunting down a single person, and all of them died within a few short days. Danzo stood to the side, his expression terrifyingly gloomy. Initially, he believed Liang possessed at most elite Jonin strength. 4 fully equipped root squads, even when facing powerful enemies, could trade blows through coordination and sacrifice. Yet 3 squads were completely annihilated, while Liang's side didn't leave behind a single corpse. This was no longer a battle record that an elite Jonin could explain. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the report on the desk, his aged face carrying heaviness and guilt. The Konoha higher-ups had severely underestimated Uchiha Ritsuyo. Every misjudgment was paid for with the lives of ninjas. He slowly raised his head, his tone solemn. Reevaluate Uchiha Ritsuyo's strength. His power has long since transcended the realm of Jonin. From now on, regard Uchiha Ritsuyo as a cage-level powerhouse. The office instantly plunged into dead silence. Cage level. Everyone present knew the weight of these 2 words better than anyone. That was not an existence that ordinary Jonin could easily surround and kill with sheer numbers. Rather, it was a powerhouse capable of single-handedly contending with a small country, crushing large numbers of ordinary ninjas, and truly standing at the apex of the ninja world. Looking across the 4 Konoha higher-ups, only Hiruzen Sarutobi was a solid cage-level powerhouse. As for Danzo, he had only barely touched the threshold of this level. Cage level. Udatane Kaharu abruptly turned her head, the anger on her face already replaced by astonishment. Homura Mitokado even pressed down on the casualty report on the desk, reading it over twice. Uchiha Ritsuyo's resume was not unfamiliar to them. 20 years old, special Jonin, 3-tomo Sharingan, proficient in fire release, genjutsu, and ninja tool throwing. Placed among ordinary ninja, it could already be considered outstanding. Yet between cage level and special Jonin, there lay an insurmountable chasm. Hiruzen, are you sure this isn't an overestimate? Homura Mitokado said in a deep voice. 6 root squads and 3 regular ninja squads were completely wiped out. The battle record is indeed astonishing. But he possesses the shadow clone, and has mastered a large amount of ninjutsu not recorded by Konoha. Defeating them one by one with the intelligence gap does not mean he truly has cage-level strength. Udatane Kaharu also came to her senses. Indeed, if these squads had known in advance about his lightning flicker, one-handed hand signs, and 5 chakra natures, the outcome might not have been like this. Classifying a 20-year-old Uchiha directly as cage level has too great an impact. She did not say the second half of her sentence. The Uchiha clan had already produced a Shisui. Shisui of the body flicker's strength, talent, and Mangekyou Sharingan had always made Konoha's higher-ups wary. Now, for another cage-level powerhouse to emerge, and an Uchiha who had hidden for years and defected without warning at that, was enough to break the internal power balance of the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not immediately retort. He pulled a few pages out of the files on the desk and placed them before the 2 of them respectively. The first root squad, 1 Jonin and 3 elites, the battle time did not exceed half a quarter of an hour. The second root squad, after 2 injuries and 1 death, the entire personnel were slaughtered. The subsequent 3 squads totaled 12 people, among whom were 3 Jonin. They obtained the latest intelligence in advance, knowing that the target had mastered lightning release, earth release, and water release, and also knowing that the shadow clone possesses independent combat capabilities. Hiruzen Sarutobi's finger landed on the final report. The result did not change. 12 people were completely wiped out, unable to even force out his true body. Udatane Kaharu's breathing hitched. Homura Mitokado stared at a line of records in the report. In other words, what killed the 3 elite squads was still merely a shadow clone. Indeed. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly nodded. From the intelligence currently grasped, Uchiha Ritsuyo's true body has consistently been blindfolded and has not personally participated in the battle. Relying solely on a shadow clone, he is able to consecutively kill Jonin. Such power can no longer be measured by ordinary elite Jonin. The office fell quiet once again. Udatane Kaharu looked towards Danzo. You knew this long ago. Danzo's expression was not looking good. The loss of 6 root squads was enough to create an obvious gap in the elite forces he had accumulated over many years. The initial intelligence was all fake. Uchiha Ritsuyo deliberately hid his chakra nature, ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and true taijutsu level. Every time Root updated its intelligence, he would expose even greater power. Danzo paused for a moment, his voice cold without a hint of warmth. Up until now, no one can be certain whether he has already used out his full strength. Udatane Kaharu's pupils constricted. This was the most terrifying part. So many people had died, and Konoha had paid such a heavy price, yet they still hadn't figured out Liang's trump card. Homura Mitokado lowered his voice. Where is his limit? Danzo did not answer. Hiruzen Sarutobi, however, picked up another combat analysis. At least it won't be lower than the White Fang of back then. What? Udatane Kaharu blurted out. Homura Mitokado also abruptly stood up, the legs of his chair scraping against the floor and emitting a sharp, soft sound. If it were merely ordinary cage level, they could still barely accept it. But Konoha's White Fang was completely different. Tsukumo Hatake, relying on his ultimate lightning flicker and ultra-high-speed swordsmanship, carved out a terrifying reputation during the Second Ninja World War that made the 4 great ninja villages quail in fear. In one-on-one combat, the entire Konoha could not find a few people capable of rivaling him. When the Sannin had not yet grown to their peak, they were not his match. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi in his youth dared not say he could suppress Tsukumo Hatake in close-quarters combat. Later on, the only one in the entire Konoha who could face that extreme-speed swordsmanship head-on was the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. The 4 great ninja villages had even formulated a special order specifically for the White Fang. Once encountering Konoha's White Fang mid-mission, one could unconditionally abandon the mission without suffering any penalties. That was a taboo existence whose very name could make enemy ninja give up resistance. Hiruzen. Udatane Kaharu pressed both hands onto the table. Do you know what you are saying? How many enemy country Jonin did Tsukumo Hatake slaughter on the battlefield back then? Uchiha Ritsuyo merely eliminated a few tracking squads, how can he be mentioned in the same breath as the White Fang? Homura Mitokado also stared intently at Hiruzen Sarutobi. The White Fang's swordsmanship was peerless in Konoha. Even if Liang possesses the lightning flicker, it does not mean he can reach the same level. This is not my judgment. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked towards Danzo. It is an analysis made by Root based on the memories of the deceased. The 2 elders turned their heads simultaneously. Danzo leaned on his cane and stepped forward. Uchiha Ritsuyo uses lightning release chakra to stimulate his entire body, and his speed has already exceeded the dynamic visual limit of ordinary Jonin. Root Jonin can only barely parry the first blade by relying on combat instinct. After blocking it, lightning release pours into the body along the metal weapon, causing paralysis. Before the second blade falls, the opponent has already lost the ability to resist. And this is just speed. Danzo pulled out an analysis chart recording the memories of the deceased. His swordsmanship has no fixed moves. Every single slash targets the weakest position of the enemy's force exertion. Whether blocking, dodging, or counter-attacking, the subsequent actions are all within his judgment. Root once used a 3-person cooperation to lure him into attacking. He forcefully stopped his blade when it was only half an inch away from the target's body, avoided the steel wires, performed hand signs with one hand, and counterkilled with Earth Release, Earth Rising Spear. Homura Mitokado looked at the engagement route on the analysis chart, his expression growing increasingly gloomy. High-speed movement is not terrifying. Purely powerful swordsmanship is also not impossible to restrict. What is truly terrifying is when both appear on the same person. The enemy cannot see his movement clearly, nor can they anticipate his blade. Even if they are lucky enough to block the first strike, they will be paralyzed by lightning release. How similar this is to Konoha's White Fang back then. There is still more than this. Danzo continued. Tsukumo Hatake mainly relied on lightning flicker and swordsmanship. Ninjutsu was not his core method. Uchiha Ritsuyo, however, possesses 5 chakra natures. He can use large area fire release to burn the battlefield, can use hidden mist technique to strip away the enemy's vision, can release earth release surprise attacks from underground, and can also complete simplified hand signs with one hand. Ninjutsu and taijutsu have both reached extremely high levels. This is a composite-type cage-level powerhouse. More difficult to deal with than a cage level who simply excels at close combat. Udatane Kaharu slowly sat back down in her chair. She picked up Liang's initial file and read through it once more. Taijutsu. Moderate. Highest combat record. Independently killing 2 Chunin. Fire and wind dual attribute chakra. Every single record at this moment felt like a joke. Homura Mitokado muttered. A 20-year-old Uchiha. Why could he hide his strength to this extent? No one could answer. In times of peace, cage-level powerhouses are extremely difficult to be born. The growth of a ninja has never been separable from combat. Especially at the cage level. Talent, resources, heritage, willpower, life and death bloodshed, lacking any single one of these could cause one to remain forever at the Jonin level. Among the missions Uchiha Ritsuyo executed in the past, there were not many truly dangerous experiences. He had never entered a large-scale battlefield, had never fought against top powerhouses from other ninja villages, and had never apprenticed under any famous ninja. 3 years ago, he was still just an ordinary Chunin with a mediocre resume. Afterwards, although he grew rapidly, he had always remained under Konoha's surveillance. Anbu had investigated his missions. Root had investigated his businesses and interpersonal relationships. The military police force also had his complete action records. Yet in all the investigation results, no traces of him growing into a cage-level powerhouse could be found. It is impossible for him to grow stronger out of thin air. Udatane Kaharu's voice was somewhat tight. Where did he learn ninjutsu from? And who taught him the lightning flicker and swordsmanship? In Konoha's records, he has never received inheritance in this regard. Homura Mitokado flipped to Liang's past mission list. Nor does he have any experience of long-term disappearance. He usually interacted with people, managed businesses, and participated in military police force affairs. Aside from missions and cultivation, he simply didn't have much spare time. The two looked at each other, both seeing hard to conceal shock and doubt on each other's faces. They could not understand. A living cage-level powerhouse had somehow hidden right under Konoha's nose. There was no sign. There was no abnormality. Even before his defection, the entirety of Konoha merely regarded him as a special Jonin with decent potential. Danzo said coldly, it is already meaningless to investigate how he grew now. What truly needs to be guarded against is the Uchiha clan. Udatane Kaharu immediately reacted. Does the clan know about his strength? There is currently no evidence. Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice, judging from the reactions of the Uchiha compound, they do not yet know about Liang's defection, nor do they know about the casualties caused by the pursuit. The information must continue to be suppressed. Homura Mitokado said without hesitation, the military police force must absolutely not get word of this. The conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha's higher-ups was already deepening continuously. The radical faction believed that Konoha was suppressing the Uchiha, stripping them of the qualifications to participate in core power. The moderate faction was able to suppress those voices largely because the Uchiha lacked the power to truly change the situation. But if they learned that a cage-level powerhouse had quietly emerged within the clan, the situation would be completely different. Uchiha Shisui, coupled with Uchiha Ritsuyo. 2 top-tier combat forces were enough to make the ambitions of the entire Uchiha clan rapidly expand. Even though Liang had already defected, the radical faction would still view his existence as proof that the Uchiha possessed stronger bloodlines and power. By then, the rebellious voices within the military police force that could previously be suppressed would inevitably spin completely out of control. This is why Danzo and I sealed off the intelligence. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the two elders. After Takino Soda and Ayakawa Yukina died, we could not find a reason for Liang's defection. He has businesses and connections in Konoha, and a certain prestige within the Uchiha clan. There are no conflicts of interest, no hatred or contradiction, and even less direct persecution from the village. Yet he abandoned everything. After leaving, he did not flee to the borders, instead, he stayed in the land of fire and killed all the pursuers one after another. Danzo added, including ordinary ninja who happened to discover his whereabouts. No prisoners, no survivors. Everyone who has seen him has been silenced. Hearing this, Udatane Kaharu's expression changed completely. When a ninja defects, there is always a reason. For power, for money, for authority, or to defect to another ninja village. As long as desire exists, actions can be deduced. Yet Uchiha Ritsuyo did not exhibit any clear purpose. His actions were decisive and ruthless, showing not the slightest bit of mercy toward his former companions and Konoha ninja. What was even weirder was that he neither hid nor left. No one could use the mindset of conventional ninja to deduce what he would do next. Such people are the most dangerous. Homura Mitokado slowly said, they cannot be won over, nor can they be threatened. Since his purpose cannot be judged, we must not stimulate the Uchiha clan any further. Udatane Kaharu also made a decision. Liang's defection, his cage-level strength, and the root casualties are all classified as top secret. If the military police force asks, just say he went missing during a mission, and the village is still investigating. The four quickly reached a consensus. Blockade the news. Do not disturb the Uchiha clan for the time being. All pursuit operations would be jointly carried out by forces directly under the Hokage and the root. Having established this point, the next step was how to hunt down Liang. Ordinary ninja can no longer be sent. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the casualty list on the table. Numbers are meaningless to him. The speed of the lightning flicker is too fast. His movements cannot be captured, and sending more ordinary ninja is simply sending them to their deaths. Danzo tapped his cane against the latest combat analysis. To deal with this kind of speed, there are only two methods. First, use ocular jutsu to clearly see his movements. Second, use ultimate taijutsu to keep up head-on. Udatane Kaharu frowned and said, the Uchiha clan cannot be moved. The Hyuga can. Danzo said, although the Byakugan's field of view and insight are not as suited for close combat as the Sharingan, it can see through the chakra structure of the shadow clone, preventing us from being misled by fake bodies again. Homura Mitokado immediately said, we also need a genjutsu ninja. Liang possesses the three-tomo Sharingan, and ordinary people dare not look him in the eye. But someone skilled in genjutsu can at least pin down his ocular jutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi already had candidates in mind. Kakashi Hatake. Udatane Kaharu's gaze flickered slightly. Let him lead the team. Kakashi possesses the Sharingan, inherited the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan, and also masters lightning release. Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice, no one is more suited than him to analyze Liang's lightning flicker and swordsmanship. Hyuga Yoda is responsible for investigating the true body and the shadow clone. Kurenai Yuhi will provide suppression using genjutsu. Might Guy is responsible for frontal close combat. After listening, Danzo slowly nodded. Sharingan. Byakugan. Genjutsu. Ultimate taijutsu. The abilities of these four people happen to target all the traits currently exposed by Uchiha Ritsuyo. Deploy 2 more root squads. Responsible for reconnaissance, blockade, and support along the way, without participating in frontal combat. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not refuse. With Kakashi as the team leader. Kakashi's squad will serve as the absolute main force, while the root will only be responsible for support. Very well. The pursuit plan was thus finalized. Hundreds of kilometers east of Konoha. The dark clouds slowly dispersed, and sunlight pierced through the branches and leaves, falling onto the rocks by the stream. Liang sat upright upon them. The cotton cloth blindfolding him had already been removed, and his several shadow clones had all been dispelled. Around him, dozens of corpses lay sprawling in all directions. This was the seventh batch of pursuers. Broken kunai were scattered by the stream, a few ineffective explosive tags were pasted on the tree trunks, and blood flowed along the soil into the stream, dyeing the clear water a dark red. Li Yong did not leave. He quietly sat in the center of the battlefield with his eyes closed, as if waiting for something. A wisp of sunlight crossed the clouds and shone on the side of his face. At that very instant, the soil beneath his feet suddenly split open. A blade burst out from the soil, stabbing straight at Li Yong's chest and abdomen. The distance was too close. There was no murderous intent, nor any prematurely erupting chakra fluctuations. The ninja hidden underground had evidently waited for a long time, launching a fatal strike only until Li Yong dispelled his shadow clones at his most relaxed moment. The tip of the blade pierced his clothing. Li Yong suddenly opened his eyes. His right hand held a short blade in a reverse grip, precisely blocking in front of his chest and abdomen. Clang! The two blades collided with a roar. He did not forcefully resist the power coming from underground, but instead twisted his wrist, letting the incoming ninja sword slide against the short blade to the side. The blade brushed past his waist. At the same time, blue-white current erupted from Li Yong's palms, pouring into the ground along the two connected ninja swords. Crackle! A muffled grunt came from beneath the ground. Immediately afterwards, white smoke burst open. The attacker turned into a shadow clone and disappeared. Oh no, he noticed. A Konoha ninja hidden in the distance was just about to warn his companion when he locked eyes with a pair of crimson eyes. Three tomos slowly rotated. The surrounding scenery instantly vanished. Several invisible chains wrapped around his limbs, nailing him to the spot. Genjutsu. Binding technique. Disrupt your chakra. That ninja shouted with all his might, don't look into his eyes. His companion immediately rushed toward him, preparing to help lift the genjutsu. Too late. Lightning burst forth beneath Li Yong's feet. His entire person wrapped in current and disappeared by the stream. The next instant, the short blade had already swept past the throat of the ninja caught in the genjutsu. Blood spewed out. Before the corpse even hit the ground, Li Yong had already turned toward the second person. That Konoha ninja didn't have time to weave hand seals, he could only draw a kunai and stab at Li Yong's heart. Li Yong did not dodge. His eyes were clearly wide open, yet his gaze carried a trace of blankness and absent-mindedness, as if he didn't see the incoming fatal attack at all. The kunai was only a few inches away from his heart. Yet Li Yong's body sidestepped half a step beforehand. The blade brushed past his clothing without injuring his flesh. The short blade in his hand simultaneously slashed upwards from bottom to top, cutting open the opponent's wrist, and then smoothly pierced through their lower jaw. Squish! The second person fell. Create distance. The Konoha Jonin atop the tree canopy sternly ordered. Do not engage in close combat with him. The ninja on both sides immediately retreated, weaving hand seals with both hands simultaneously. Yet Li Yong did not pursue the people nearby. He turned around and looked toward the rear right. There was no distinct figure there, only dense bushes swaying in the wind. The next moment, lightning crossed the battlefield. The pupils of the ninja hidden behind the bushes shrank violently. He had never exposed his position. He hadn't even made a move. Why did Uchiha Ritsuyo charge directly toward him? Before he had time to figure it out, the short blade was already in front of his face. He raised his arms to block. Yet Li Yong changed direction before the blade touched the armguard, slashing backhand toward his neck. That ninja hastily lowered his head. The blade sliced open his mask. Before he could rejoice at avoiding a fatal wound, Li Yong's knee heavily slammed into his chest. Crack! His sternum shattered. His body flew backward. Li Yong followed closely behind, piercing his heart with a single blade. The third one. The breathing of the remaining ninja became completely disordered. Li Yong had no defense whatsoever. He ignored the attacks coming from close range, single-mindedly killing the members hidden in the distance preparing to release ninjutsu. Yet whether it was kunai, steel wire, or a blade attacking from behind, he would avoid them in advance. It was not the insight of the Sharingan. Those crimson eyes didn't even look at the attacker. His perception is problematic. Even a sneak attack from behind is impossible. Form up, restrict his movement. Several Konoha ninja quickly scattered. Two threw steel wires, and the other three prepared to weave hand seals. Li Yong disappeared once again. The lightning continuously turned and twisted through the forest. Just as the steel wires were spread open, he had already passed through the gap that had not yet closed. A ninja only saw electric light flashing before his eyes, and the palm holding the steel wire detached from his wrist. Ah! The scream had just escaped his lips when the blade severed his throat. On the other side, the Konoha ninja responsible for ninjutsu suppression had just formed the third hand seal. Li Yong crossed more than 10 meters and appeared in front of him. The short blade stabbed into his chest. The hand-sealing movement came to an abrupt halt. Monster. The last few people looked at the corpses covering the ground, their hands and feet turning ice cold. They had already studied Li Yong's intelligence in advance. Do not make eye contact with the Sharingan. Close combat and ranged support coordination. Use large-scale ninjutsu to restrict the lightning flicker. But after truly engaging in combat, all preparations lost their meaning. They couldn't see clearly. They couldn't keep up. They couldn't guess. Li Yong could always avoid attacks a step in advance and cut down the casters before their ninjutsu was completed. They couldn't even find a chance to retreat. A Konoha ninja suddenly turned around. Just as he was about to rush into the woods, blue-white lightning had already swept past his side. His body continued to run forward for 2 steps. His head then slid off the side of his neck. The remaining ninja had just raised their kunai when Li Yong already stepped on the lightning and charged into the crowd. The blade slashed horizontally. Blood splattered. One person's throat was severed. He turned around. The second person's chest was pierced. He took another step. The third person's hand-sealing hands fell to the ground along with their wrists, and the short blade immediately pierced into the center of their eyebrows. Before the third person's corpse had even fallen, Li Yong had already turned around. The blood on the short blade was shaken away by the flash of lightning. By the stream, only one Konoha ninja who could still stand remained. Special Jonin, Wusaki 0. He gripped the ninja sword with both hands, slightly pulling back his right leg, leaving 2 deep pits under his feet. There was a narrow, long wound on his chest. Blood had already soaked through his ninja vest, and his breathing was in complete disarray. Yet he did not retreat. Behind him was a heavily injured companion. That person knelt halfway under the tree, left hand tightly pressing against the abdomen, right hand covered with weak green chakra, barely able to maintain the wound from worsening. Corpses covered the ground. Dozens of Konoha ninjas, from Jonin to Chunin, not a single one could last past the second exchange under Li Yong's blade. Wusaki 0 watched with his own eyes as Li Yong broke through the encirclement, watched that flash of lightning sweep across the battlefield time and time again, and watched familiar companions fall one after another. Too fast. Ordinary ninjas couldn't even see Li Yong's position clearly. Those pre-prepared blockades, cooperation, and ninjutsu were completely meaningless in the face of absolute speed. Wusaki 0 gritted his teeth. He was no match. From the start of the battle, he was well aware of this point. Yet he still raised his blade. I will hold him off. The wounded person under the tree suddenly raised his head. Wusaki, don't go. You can't leave. Wusaki 0 did not look back, his gaze remaining locked onto Li Yong. I can't leave either. Li Yong strode forward with the blade. No lightning flicker. No illusions. Just walking step by step. Yet the cold sweat on Wusaki 0's forehead became increasingly abundant. 3 meters. 2 meters. Li Yong raised the blade. A simple, straightforward movement without a trace of superfluous variation. Wusaki 0's entire body muscles instantly tensed up. It's coming. He didn't take the initiative to attack. Faced with this kind of speed, launching a preemptive attack would only expose flaws. The only chance was to concentrate all his energy to receive the first blow, and then let the companion behind him find a chance to escape. The next instant, the lightning lit up. Clang! The two ninja swords collided head-on. The piercing sound of clashing metal echoed through the woods. The soil under Wusaki Zero's feet exploded with a roar, and his legs instantly sank half a foot downward. The force transmitted from the blade caused his arms to vibrate violently, his wrists almost losing sensation. Yet he blocked it. Li Yong's short blade stopped midair. This was the first time in the entire battle that someone truly blocked his frontal slash. The wounded person under the tree had his breathing stall, an expression of disbelief appearing on his face. Whether it was those Chunin or Jonin from before, either they couldn't see Liang drawing his blade clearly, or they were paralyzed by lightning release during the first collision. No one was able to steadily receive this slash. Wusaki Zero did it. Go! Wusaki Zero let out a fierce shout. The wounded person didn't move. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave. Rather, Liang's blade was still pressing downwards. Where the short blade and the ninja sword met, blue-white current jumped wildly. Lightning attribute chakra surged into Wusaki Zero's arms along the metal, eroding his muscles and interfering with his nerves. Wusaki Zero's fingers began to twitch. His forearms lost sensation little by little. The two blades slowly fell toward his shoulders. Liang did not continue to burst forth with force. He maintained the most accurate angle of force exertion, mobilizing every muscle in his whole body to the extreme. His soles gripped the ground. His calves tensed. His waist and abdomen rotated. His shoulders sank. His elbows and wrists maintained the position most suitable for pressing down the blade. All the force twisted into a single strand, continuously falling along the short blade. Without a fraction of waste. Nor any imbalance. This was the perfect control brought by the first-order gene lock. Wusaki Zero being able to block the first slash already proved that his sword technique and strength far exceeded those previous pursuers. Yet facing this flawless force, it was still not enough. Ah! Wusaki Zero let out a low roar, the veins on his arms bulging one by one. He poured all the remaining chakra into his body, forcing the ninja sword upward by half an inch. Just half an inch. The next moment, Liang's wrist slightly turned. The force Wusaki Zero had just gathered was instantly pulled to one side. His body lost balance, his right foot sliding half a step back, and the blade also sank downward accordingly. Lightning further poured into his meridians. Half of Wusaki Zero's body began to paralyze. Strength was draining away. The ninja sword pressed toward his neck and shoulders bit by bit. 1 inch. 2 inches. 3 inches. Wusaki Zero bit down hard, blood already seeping from the corners of his mouth. The wounded person under the tree watched with cold hands and feet. Wusaki Zero was a special Jonin. Merely speaking of close combat sword skills, within their team, he was even stronger than the team leading Jonin. Yet Liang used only one hand. No complex moves, nor relying on Sharingan illusions. It was the most direct suppression of strength. Wusaki Zero's knees gradually bent. The soil under his feet continuously fractured. He looked up at Liang. That face remained calm. No killing intent. No anger. Nor any excitement after slaying dozens of Konoha ninjas. As if those lying on the ground were not former companions, but merely a group of enemies blocking the path forward. Why? Wusaki Zero squeezed out the voice from between his teeth. Liang did not answer. The blade continued to press down. Wusaki Zero's left arm completely lost sensation, his fingers no longer able to grip the hilt. He could only rely on his right hand to bitterly support himself. You are already a special Jonin in Konoha. The Uchiha clan has not treated you unfairly either. The village has given you status, missions, and resources. Wusaki Zero's voice became increasingly urgent. Why are you defecting? And why kill these people? Liang glanced at him. No special reason. Wusaki Zero was stunned. He had thought of many answers. The conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. Root surveillance. The pressure within the clan. Even the wooing from other ninja villages. Yet he did not expect Liang to give such an answer. No reason. Wusaki Zero's eyes turned red. Without a reason, you killed so many companions. I am simply unwilling to continue being bound by Konoha's rules. Liang's tone was calm. Whether it is the will of fire or the clan, they are both demanding that I become what they hope for. I am unwilling. Wusaki Zero roared angrily. Ninjas inherently belong to the village. That is the rule you recognize. The short blade sank again. The blade had already sliced open the ninja vest on Wusaki Zero's shoulder. Not mine. So you can betray the village. You act on Konoha's orders to hunt me down, and I kill you. Liang said, different stances mean enemies. That is all. Wusaki Zero wanted to speak again, but the lightning that had invaded his body completely erupted at this moment. Crackle. His right arm violently twitched. The remaining strength instantly collapsed. Liang's short blade overpowered the ninja sword, smoothly slashing down from the side of Wusaki Zero's neck. Squelch. Blood sprayed out. The blade sliced through the shoulder and neck, piercing diagonally into the chest cavity. Wusaki Zero's body stiffened in place. The ninja blade slipped from his hand, slamming into the mud. He opened and closed his mouth as a large amount of blood gushed out, and his legs could no longer support his body. Uchiha Ritsuyo withdrew his blade. The corpse fell heavily to the ground. The wounded man under the tree watched Wusaki Zero lose his breath, the palm pressed against his abdomen trembling violently. The green medical chakra flickered unsteadily. He no longer had the strength to run away. Even less did he have the possibility of continuing the fight. Uchiha Ritsuyo walked up to him. The wounded man did not take out a kunai, nor did he attempt to form hand seals. His chakra was almost exhausted. The wound on his abdomen was too deep, and both his intestines and internal organs were damaged. Had he not constantly used medical ninjutsu to forcefully stimulate his cells, he would have died long ago. Uchiha Ritsuyo. The wounded man gasped for breath a few times. Can you answer me a question? Uchiha Ritsuyo stopped in his tracks. That ninja stared into his eyes. 3 days ago, you kept your eyes blindfolded. The intelligence said that your shadow clone was responsible for combat, and your true body never opened its eyes. Why? This question troubled not only Konoha's upper echelon. All the ninjas hunting Uchiha Ritsuyo could not understand it. The Uchiha's most powerful strength was the Sharingan. Yet when facing pursuers, Uchiha Ritsuyo deliberately sealed his own vision. If one said his eyes were injured, he had just been able to normally activate the 3 tomo. If one said it was to hide his identity, the shadow clone had long since exposed the Sharingan. No matter how one judged it, no reasonable answer could be found. Uchiha Ritsuyo said casually, I just activated the Mangekyou, my eyes felt a bit uncomfortable. The wounded man's pupils suddenly shrank. Mangekyou. In the latest intelligence grasped by Konoha, Uchiha Ritsuyo was still only at 3 tomo. He opened his mouth, seeming to want to continue asking. A short blade had already pierced into his heart. Puff. The green medical chakra extinguished along with it. The wounded man's body trembled, and his head drooped weakly. Uchiha Ritsuyo withdrew his short blade and turned to sweep across the battlefield. There were no survivors. The 7th wave of pursuers had been completely wiped out. He stood in place and closed his eyes. The battle just now rapidly replayed in his mind. From sensing underground sneak attacks to dodging kunais, and then to continuously killing ninjas hiding in various places, every time he entered the gene lock, he no longer needed a true threat of death. The beating frequency of his heart. The way spiritual impact assaulted life's instincts. The changes between chakra and physical energy. All details had been thoroughly mastered. Uchiha Ritsuyo could clearly feel that the shackles hidden deep within his genes still existed, but they could no longer stop his consciousness. Opening. Closing. Controlled at will. No desperate situation was needed. No fear was needed. Even less was there a need to wait for the enemy's fatal attack. The first order gene lock had been completely mastered by him. Uchiha Ritsuyo raised his right hand. His 5 fingers slowly tightened at first, then suddenly clenched into a fist. Thump. His heart beat heavily. The muscles throughout his body suddenly tightened. The sound of the surrounding wind, flowing water, and dripping blood all became clear at the same time. The next moment, he actively relaxed his consciousness again. The extreme calmness quickly faded away. His body did not collapse immediately. The backlash still existed, but it was far from as fatal as the first time. Uchiha Ritsuyo had already obtained the answer. Shadow clone technique. Poof. White smoke dispersed. A shadow clone appeared beside him. Carry me. After finishing, Uchiha Ritsuyo actively exited the gene lock. Boom. Intense pain instantly swept through his entire body. The pain after muscle fibers were torn erupted simultaneously, his limbs convulsed uncontrollably, and his heartbeat lost its rhythm in a short time. Uchiha Ritsuyo's legs went soft. The shadow clone was well prepared, it grabbed and supported his body, then turned around to carry the true body on its back. Much lighter than the first time. The duration is shorter, and the body has adapted. Uchiha Ritsuyo lay on the shadow clone's back, his voice sounding a bit tight. He could feel that the chakra within his body was rapidly flowing toward the damaged cells. Physical energy was continuously absorbed. The torn muscles began to recover, and the out-of-control heartbeat gradually stabilized under the cushioning of chakra. If there were no chakra, this degree of physical overdraft could still cause permanent damage. With the ninja's energy system, the most dangerous backlash was heavily weakened. The usage risk of the first-order gene lock had dropped to a tolerable range. The shadow clone carried Uchiha Ritsuyo across the corpses covering the ground and quickly left the stream side. Konoha village. Kakashi Hatake lay at home, holding a book in his hands. He had no missions today. Nor did he have any training arrangements. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right, and the conversations of pedestrians occasionally drifted from the street. Kakashi turned a page. His movement suddenly stopped. An indescribable feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. He raised his head and looked out the window. The street had no abnormalities. There was also no unfamiliar chakra nearby. Yet that feeling did not disappear. It was as if something connected to him was waiting in the distance. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking suddenly rang out. Kakashi Hatake. A deep voice came from outside the door. Hokage-sama has an urgent summons. Kakashi closed the book, stood up, and pulled open the room door. An Anbu ninja stood outside the door. What mission? Hokage-sama will explain personally. The Anbu turned and leapt onto the roof. Kakashi put away the book and followed. The two quickly arrived at the Hokage building. When the office door was pushed open, quite a few people were already standing inside. Might Guy crossed his arms in front of his chest, unusually not speaking loudly. Kurenai Yuhi stood by the window with a serious expression. A Hyuga ninja stood on the other side, white eyes exceptionally eye-catching. Hyuga Yoda. Besides the three of them, Udatane Kaharu, Homura Mitokado, and Danzo were also present. Kakashi was the last person to arrive. Sorry, I was delayed a bit on the way. Might Guy looked at him. Kakashi, this time it's not an ordinary mission. Kurenai Yuhi also lowered her voice. I heard many people have already died. Kakashi did not press further and went to the front of the crowd. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen Sarutobi pushed a thick pile of information to the edge of the desk. Everyone has arrived. Now issuing the mission. The target is Konoha's rogue ninja, Uchiha Ritsuyo. No one made a sound inside the office. Kakashi took the information and directly opened the first page. 20 years old. Special Jonin. 3 Tomo Sharingan. After defecting, he continuously killed multiple pursuit squads. He continued flipping backward. Fire release, water release, wind release, earth release, lightning release. 5 chakra attributes. One-handed hand seals. Simplified hand seal styles. Genjutsu. Shadow clone. Lightning flicker. Exquisite sword techniques. Seeing the last 2 items, Kakashi's page-turning movement slowed down. Lightning attribute chakra stimulates the body, accomplishing extreme speed movement far surpassing ordinary body flicker technique. completing the slash and kill at the moment of close combat. The attack was simple, direct, with almost no redundant movements. Just a few lines of description made a long dusty memory re-emerge. The same lightning flash. The same short blade. The same speed that gave enemies no time to form hand seals. Konoha's white fang. His father, Tsukumo Hatake. Kakashi stared fixedly at the combat analysis, his fingers unconsciously pressing tightly against the paper. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him. You noticed? Yeah. Kakashi's voice was low. His combat style is very much like father's. It's not simply similar. Hiruzen Sarutobi said, the root reconstructed the engagement process based on the memories of the deceased. Uchiha Ritsuyo's lightning flicker, sword techniques, and combat rhythm already possess the characteristics of White Fang back then. Might Guy put away his usual smile. How fast is he? Danzo coldly replied, ordinary Jonin cannot see clearly. Even if one can rely on experience to block the first blade, they will still have lightning release invade their body along the weapon. Currently, not a single person who engaged in close combat with him has survived. Kurenai looked at the information. The 3-tomo Sharingan, plus this kind of speed, ordinary ninjas truly cannot cope with it. Hyuga Yoda asked, what about the shadow clones? The shadow clones possess the ability to independently kill Jonin. Danzo said, the true body has mastered a special perception. Even when blindfolded, it can discover underground lurking and attacks from behind in advance. Hyuga Yoda frowned deeply. Byakugan can distinguish the chakra of shadow clones, but if every shadow clone possesses Jonin-level combat power, distinguishing the true body does not mean a breakthrough can be made. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Kakashi. Therefore, you will serve as the team leader. Kakashi continued browsing the information. The more he read, the heavier his heart became. Uchiha Ritsuyo was only 20 years old this year. Yet he had already awakened 5 chakra attributes. Looking across the entire Konoha, the number of people who truly completed the development of 5 attributes was pathetically small. 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. Aside from that, most Jonin can only skillfully master 2 to 3 attributes in their lifetime. What was even more terrifying was his battle record. Multiple Jonin. Special Jonin. A large number of Chunin and Genin. All pursuers, no survivors. Uchiha Ritsuyo's combat characteristics were also extremely clear. High speed and high burst. Tearing through formations in a short time, prioritizing the slaughter of sensory ninjas and casters, and then relying on lightning flicker to harvest them one by one. The only possible weakness was endurance. Such high-intensity lightning flicker, a large number of shadow clones, and 5 attribute ninjutsu could not possibly be without consumption. Yet until now, no one in Konoha had been able to drag the battle into a consumption phase. Kakashi closed the information. I understand. Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, any problems? None. Kakashi put away the information properly. I accept this mission. Hiruzen Sarutobi, however, delayed handing over the official mission scroll. His gaze swept across Kakashi, Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, and Hyuga Yoda one by one. Judging solely by configuration, this squad was already strong enough. The Sharingan catches the lightning flicker. The Byakugan confirms the true body. Genjutsu restricts dojutsu. Might Guy is responsible for frontal confrontation. Yet the casualties caused by Uchiha Ritsuyo were too great. Any misjudgment could cause all 4 of these Konoha elites to die within the land of fire. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent for a moment, and finally picked up the mission scroll. Mission rank, adjusted to the highest S rank. Kakashi will serve as team leader. Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, and Hyuga Yoda will serve as primary members. Additionally, dispatch 2 route squads to scout along the way, block retreat routes, and provide cooperative support when necessary. Form a joint pursuit team to encircle and suppress the rogue ninja Uchiha Ritsuyo. The office door slowly closed. The footsteps of Kakashi, Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, and Hyuga Yoda gradually faded away, and 2 route squads had already gone to assemble outside the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not retract his gaze. He stared at the closed door, his pipe remaining unlit for a long time. Danzo. Do you think they can bring Liang back? Danzo leaned on his cane, standing on the other side of the desk. You have already decided to elevate the mission to the highest S rank. Asking this question now is far too late. I am asking whether they can come back alive. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was somewhat low. Danzo fell silent for a moment. Right at this moment, an Anbu suddenly appeared outside the window. Hokage-sama, emergency intelligence. Enter. The Anbu entered the office, knelt on one knee, and presented a blood-stained scroll with both hands. The fourth tracking team has confirmed losses. Of the 8 dispatched, 7 died, and the last one returned to the stronghold heavily injured, bringing back partial combat intelligence. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the scroll. The contents on it were very sparse. When the tracking squad found Liang, the other party did not flee, but instead actively waited on the spot. After the battle began, multiple shadow clones attacked from different directions, disrupting the formation using lightning flicker and 5-element ninjutsu. The pursuers died one after another without even being able to confirm the location of the main body. The last route ninja narrowly escaped by relying on a pre-prepared evacuation route. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued reading downward. Before evacuating, that route ninja had a brief conversation with Liang. What on earth do you want to do? Waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? Waiting for Konoha to send someone worth making a move. Only 3 sentences. Aside from that, there was no other valuable content. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down the scroll, his expression growing even uglier. He knows we will continue sending people. He also knows the pursuit force will only grow stronger. Yet he remains in the land of fire. Danzo picked up the report and read through it once. This precisely proves that he has become arrogant to the extreme. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. It is not arrogance. At least, not entirely. Judging from his actions after defecting, every time he faces pursuers, he displays new abilities. Initially it was 5 chakra attributes, followed by one-handed hand seals, lightning flicker, and swordsmanship. Now even shadow clones can independently annihilate a tracking team. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Danzo. To this day, we still haven't figured out his true capabilities. Danzo gripped his cane tightly. On this point, he could not refute. Konoha has already paid an extremely heavy price. Yet regarding the intelligence on Uchiha Ritsuyo, there was still only the portion that the other party actively displayed. Gene Lock, Super Intuition, Mangekyou Sharingan, none of these had truly been exposed. Konoha's higher-ups were even still formulating tactics based on the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The setup of Kakashi and the others is already complete enough. Danzo said in a deep voice, the Sharingan can capture movements, the Byakugan can confirm the main body, Kurenai Yuhi is responsible for restricting genjutsu, and Might Guy is responsible for close combat suppression. As long as both sides engage in combat, we can obtain more intelligence. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. You mean that even if they fail, they can leave behind intelligence with their deaths? Danzo did not deny it. Ninjas executing missions naturally have to bear the risk of death. Uchiha Ritsuyo has already killed too many people. If he is not resolved as soon as possible, he will only become an even greater threat to Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up his pipe, then slowly put it down. Actually, there is still one more person. Danzo's eyes exposed outside the bandages narrowed slightly. Uchiha Shisui. Neither of them continued speaking. Body Flicker Shisui. One of the most outstanding geniuses of the Uchiha clan in this generation. He possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, and his body flicker technique was renowned throughout the ninja world. When it came to capturing lightning flicker and confronting high-speed swordsmanship head-on, Shisui was obviously more suitable than Kakashi. Yet neither of them proposed letting Shisui participate in the pursuit. The reason was also very simple. Shisui was, after all, an Uchiha. The news of Liang's defection was still tightly sealed by the higher-ups. Once Shisui was allowed to leave Konoha to execute such a mission, he would inevitably learn the full truth. More importantly, no one dared to guarantee what choice Shisui would make when facing his clansmen. Two Uchihas possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan leaving the village. If either of them harbored different intentions, the consequences would be uncontrollable. Shisui cannot leave the village. Danzo spoke first. His Mangekyou is too dangerous. Liang is already out of control. We cannot let a second Uchiha slip out of our sight. Hiruzen Sarutobi was silent for a long time. I understand. But what Kakashi and the others are facing is likely an enemy far stronger than current intelligence suggests. Danzo said coldly, Hiruzen, don't forget Might Guy. The 8 gates. Correct. Danzo tapped the ground with his cane. Might Guy's normal strength might not be as good as Kakashi's, but the 8 gates can release power far exceeding one's own limits in a short period of time. No matter how fast Liang's lightning flicker is, it cannot be without limits. When it truly reaches an unmanageable point, Might Guy will become the team's final trump card. Hiruzen Sarutobi recalled Might Guy's battle record in the Third Ninja World War. An eternal genin who had been looked down upon for years, after opening the 8 gates, confronted the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist head-on. In that battle, even the elite of Hidden Mist were chilled with fear. Might Guy had practiced the 8 gates for many years, although he could not open the final death gate. As long as he opened the preceding gates consecutively, his speed and strength would produce an astonishing boost. I hope it doesn't come to that step. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally lit his pipe. Konoha can no longer afford any more losses. Danzo turned around. As long as Uchiha Ritsuyo can be killed, these sacrifices are worthwhile. Uchiha clan lands. Uchiha Fugaku stood in the archive room of the military police force, with several recent records placed before him. In non-wartime periods, Konoha ninja mission deployments were usually very stable. But in the past 7 days, the number of ninjas leaving the village had noticeably increased. The mission records of some of them were extremely vague, showing only the departure time, no specific mission content, and even no return registration. The data of others was directly classified as top secret. Most abnormally, the frequency of personnel deployment responsible for replacements within the village was becoming increasingly frequent. Fugaku raised his head. Shisui. Patriarch. Shisui stood before the desk, his expression calm. What kind of mission is the village executing recently? Shisui shook his head. The Anbu has not received explicit orders. Several teams directly under the Hokage have also been ordered to stand by in place, only the route has been frequently deployed. Fugaku pushed the records in front of him. 7 days. At least 4 batches of ninjas have left Konoha and not returned. The village has not entered a state of war, nor have large-scale conflicts come from the borders. Where did so many ninjas go? Shisui flipped through several records, his brows gradually furrowing. I haven't heard any news. Even you don't know, which means this matter has been listed as top secret. Fugaku said in a deep voice, furthermore, the higher-ups are deliberately avoiding the Uchiha. Shisui raised his head. Patriarch, do you suspect they are targeting the clan? I cannot be sure. Fugaku walked over to the window and looked at the distant Hokage monument. Liang has not returned since carrying out his mission, and the response given by the village was that he lost contact during the mission. Yet right after he lost contact, the route began leaving the village frequently. The Anbu's surveillance of the Uchiha compound has also become stricter than before. Shisui's gaze narrowed slightly. You think the two matters are related? There is at least a possibility. Fugaku turned around. Shisui, starting today, keep an eye on the route. Especially the deployment of Danzo's direct subordinates. Where they went, how many people they took, and when they return, I want to know all of it immediately. Shisui was silent for a few seconds. If we are discovered doing this, the higher-ups will think that the Uchiha are spying on the village's secrets. Fugaku's voice turned cold. They have been monitoring the Uchiha for more than a day or two. Now a large number of ninjas are dying mysteriously outside the village, yet we don't even know what happened. If the target this time is truly a member of the Uchiha clan, who can guarantee that the next one won't be you or me? Shisui could not refute. I understand. I will investigate the root's movements. Do not act rashly. Fugaku exhorted, only transmit intelligence, do not have direct contact with them. Yes. Shisui left the archives room. Fugaku looked back at the missing persons list on the desk. Beneath the piece, an invisible scent of blood had already drifted into Konoha. Another mountain forest in the land of fire. A man wearing an Uzumaki mask stood on the scorched ground, looking down at a corpse with a slashed throat. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu slowly poked their bodies out from the tree trunk. White Zetsu looked around. Another battlefield. This is already the fourth one we've discovered. All of them are dead Konoha ninja, and every battle ended very quickly. Obito squatted down, his fingers brushing across the corpse's wound. The blade cut in with precise positioning. The person who struck was extremely fast, not giving them a chance to weave hand signs. Black Zetsu finished inspecting the remaining traces around them. There are lightning release, fire release, and earth release. The chakra signatures left at several battlefields belong to the same person. Obito stood up. A battle of this scale occurred within the land of fire, yet Konoha hasn't made any public announcement. They are still continuously deploying personnel outward. White Zetsu asked with a smile, could it be some powerful rogue ninja? An ordinary rogue ninja is not worth Konoha paying such a heavy price. Obito looked toward the direction where Konoha was located. Several successive batches of elite forces left the village. Multiple battlefields had no enemy corpses. All Konoha ninja died completely. Regardless of who the warring parties were, this matter had already exceeded the scope of an ordinary pursuit mission. Keep investigating. Obito commanded Zetsu. Confirm who Konoha is hunting down. Also find out who exactly caused those battles. Zetsu's body sank back into the tree trunk. Leave it to me. The seventh day of defection. Inside a cave far away from the road. Uchiha Ritsuyo sat cross-legged on the ground. Thump. The heart beat heavily. The first order gene lock instantly activated. There was no threat of death. No enemy was forcing him. His spirit, will, and bodily instincts condensed at the exact same moment, easily shattering that layer of genetic shackles. This was his fifth time actively unlocking it. And it was the third day after mastering free unlocking. The surrounding sounds suddenly became clear. The wind blowing through the leaves outside the cave, the distant stream crashing against rocks, the shadow clone lowering its breath to observe the main body, every subtle change was incorporated into his perception. Liyang did not act immediately. He maintained the unlocked state, controlling the flow of chakra throughout his entire body. The massive chakra covered his muscles, internal organs, and meridians like an invisible buffer, continuously weakening the damage brought by forcibly releasing his potential. 10 breaths. 20 breaths. Until his body approached its endurance limit, Liyang actively withdrew. The extreme calmness quickly receded. Muscle soreness and a tearing-like excruciating pain surged up afterwards. His body trembled slightly, but he did not fall down, nor did he fall into a coma like the first time. The shadow clone had been staring at his state. After a moment, he grinned and said, the fifth time was a success. This time even the heartbeat did not go out of control. Liyang slowly adjusted his breathing. The chakra buffer is even more effective than expected. The shadow clone picked up the recording scroll. A week ago, your total chakra volume was only at the level of an ordinary special Jonin. Now it has reached 4 times that amount. Body strength and mental power have also been constantly improving. Liyang's expression was calm. This virtuous cycle had completely formed. Chakra formed an energy buffer, weakening the backlash of the gene lock. Repeatedly opening the gene lock continuously broke genetic shackles, squeezed out life potential, and tempered the flesh and spirit. Stronger flesh and spirit would in turn breed higher quality and greater quantities of chakra. Chakra would then conversely repair injuries and stabilize every transformation. Once the cycle was established, the rate of improvement far exceeded ordinary cultivation. The shadow clone looked at the records, still unable to hide his joy. 4 times the chakra. At this rate, it won't be long before you can surpass most Jonin based purely on your total chakra volume. Li Yong shook his head. The early stage improvement is the most obvious. When the body breaks its limits for the first time, the originally accumulated potential will be released in large quantities. Once the first order gene lock is developed to its limit, the growth rate will naturally slow down. The shadow clone put away the scroll. There are still the second, third, and fourth orders ahead. This is just the beginning. Li Yong did not refute. The gene lock was never purely about strengthening the body. When truly unlocking it, spirit, will, memory, and even the survival instinct of every single cell had to be condensed into a single point. Only by completing this unification at the level of the source of life could one break free from the restrictions. That was how it was even for the first order. Every subsequent order would only be harsher. Li Yong moved his shoulders. The soreness and excruciating pain were rapidly diminishing under the nourishment of chakra. Having actively activated it 5 times, his body had already adapted to the backlash. His physique far surpassed ordinary non-bloodline ninjas, and judging by vitality alone, it was already comparable to the average level of the Uzumaki clan. A faint sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from outside the cave. The shadow clone responsible for Lookout walked in from the entrance. Someone is coming. How many? 3. The root. They are not wearing identification badges, and their movement style is the same as before. Li Yong stood up. After a brief rest, his stamina had mostly recovered. You go handle it. The shadow clone raised an eyebrow. The main body isn't making a move. No need. Li Yong walked out of the cave and headed in the opposite direction alone. The shadow clone raised a hand and swiped across his forehead protector. A knife scratch ran right through the center of the Konoha symbol. He drew his ninja blade. Blue and white current surged out from his palm, quickly covering the blade. Lightning release. Lightning flash. The violent lightning was highly condensed on the blade, turning into a thunderous sharp weapon constantly spitting out electric light. In the forest ahead, 3 root ninjas also discovered him. There's only one. It might be a shadow clone. Restrict his movements first, don't let him get close. The hands of the leftmost root ninja had just closed together. Lightning burst out. The shadow clone vanished instantly. That ninja's pupils shrank violently. He couldn't see. The naked eye simply couldn't capture the direction the opponent was moving in. On the left, the captain shouted a warning relying on his perception. Too late. A blue and white blade light slashed across from the left. The first root ninja's hands, which were forming hand signs, stopped in front of his chest, and his head had already flown away from his body. Fresh blood spewed out. The other 2 retreated simultaneously. Spread out. Lightning burst out under the shadow clone's feet once more. His movement had no fixed straight line. His figure continuously turned and twisted among tree trunks, rocks, and branches, every change of direction so fast that only afterimages remained. Just as the root captain locked onto the front, danger approached from the rear side. He hurriedly raised his kunai. Clang! The kunai collided with the lightning-lit blade. The violent current instantly poured into his arm. His 5 fingers went numb. The kunai slipped from his hand. The shadow clone flicked his wrist, and the blade slid past the opponent's arm guard, directly slashing his throat. The second person fell. The last root ninja's scalp tingled with terror. He hadn't even been able to clearly see the enemy's complete movements. 2 of his companions were already dead. He couldn't engage in close combat. Even less could he stay any longer. He turned and rushed into the woods, while his left hand simultaneously reached for the communication scroll in his bosom. But the lightning illuminated the front a step earlier. The shadow clone appeared in front of him. That root ninja's pupils violently shrank, forcing a change of direction under his feet, and his ninja blade slashed upward diagonally from below. The blade only slashed an afterimage. The shadow clone had already grazed past his attack sideways. Blue and white lightning flashed through the forest. The third root ninja's body froze in place, and a bloodline piercing through the heart appeared on his chest. When the corpse of the third root ninja fell, the joint pursuit team within Konoha village also completed its final assembly. Kakashi stood in the center of the training ground, reconfirming the accompanying personnel. Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, Hyuga Yoda. Besides them, 3 other ninjas were standing in the arena. Akamichi Torafu had a tall build with his arms crossed over his chest. Shikaku half-crouched under a tree, holding the mission data that had just been delivered. Inoichi Yamanaka stood beside the 2 of them with a solemn expression. After the 3 of them arrived, they did not engage in any training nor did they ask about the mission details. They had obviously received orders in advance. Kakashi's gaze swept across the 3 of them. Ino Shika Cho. Kurenai Yuhi was also somewhat surprised. The third Sama sent them as well. Hyuga Yoda said in a low voice, "This is not ordinary reinforcement." The Ino Shika Cho 3 clans had cooperated for a long time. The Yamanaka clan was responsible for mental control and intelligence transmission, the Nara clan bound enemies with shadows, and the Akamichi clan possessed powerful frontal suppression capabilities. Taken individually, any one of them might not be considered Konoha's top powerhouse. But when the 3 of them joined forces, the power they exerted far exceeded an ordinary ninja team. It was especially suitable for surrounding and killing speed-type enemies. Shikaku closed the data and looked up at Kakashi. "It seems you already understand." Kakashi nodded. Li Yong's threat is not just in his speed. What is truly dangerous is that he can complete judgments, direction changes, and attacks while moving at high speeds. Just as ordinary restrictive ninjutsu is activated, he can already rush out of range. If we want to catch him, must block his movement route in advance. Shikaku stood up. My shadow imitation technique is responsible for restricting movements. Inoichi's mind-body switch technique will interfere with his mind. Torafu is responsible for compressing the battlefield. Kakashi took over the conversation. As long as Li Yong pauses for a split second, Guy can close in. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, but his face lacked its usual exaggerated smile. Leave it to me. No matter how fast his speed is, as long as he is restricted, I will not give him a second chance to accelerate. Akamichi Torafu glanced at Might Guy. 8 gates. I will open them when necessary. Open up to which gate? Might Guy was silent for a moment. It depends on how strong the opponent is. The few people in the arena all understood. Konoha's existing intelligence was already unable to accurately judge Uchiha Ritsuyo's strength. If he was merely cage level, opening the first few gates might be enough to cope. But if the opponent was still hiding even greater power, Might Guy would have no choice but to continue breaking through the restrictions. The cost would become greater and greater. Kurenai Yuhi spoke up. Did Hokage-sama let Ino Shika Cho join because he thinks the original lineup is still not enough? Shikaku shook his head. It's not that it's not enough. It's that we cannot make any more mistakes. Konoha has already lost multiple squads in succession. Right now is not the time to evaluate Uchiha Ritsuyo's strength, but to fight at the highest danger level. Hyuga Yoda felt his heart sink as he listened. The original pursuit team was already luxurious enough. Kakashi, who possessed the Sharingan. Might Guy, who was proficient in the 8 gates. Kurenai Yuhi, Konoha's top genjutsu ninja. Coupled with a Hyuga Jonin capable of long-range reconnaissance and seeing through chakra flows. And now joined by the Ino Shika Cho squad that had cooperated for many years. Such a lineup was no longer about capturing an ordinary rogue ninja. Even if the target were a cage-level powerhouse from another shinobi village, it would still be difficult for Konoha to mobilize so many elites at once. Yet Kakashi did not relax because of this. The stronger the reinforcement, the more it demonstrated the higher-ups' apprehension toward Li Yong. In that mission data, there were only the abilities Li Yong had already exposed. 5 chakra attributes. Lightning flicker. One-handed hand seals. Swordsmanship. Genjutsu. Special shadow clone. Intelligence on the Mangekyou had not yet been sent back to Konoha, and the higher-ups knew even less about the existence of the gene lock and super intuition. Konoha had already assembled the team according to the highest standards. Yet what they were facing might still only be that portion of strength Liang was willing to let them see. Let's reconfirm the combat positioning once more. Kakashi swept his gaze across the crowd. Yota is responsible for keeping the Byakugan active throughout, locking onto the main body, shadow clones, and underground chakra. Kurenai is responsible for genjutsu interference, and must not actively make eye contact with the Sharingan. Shikaku, Inoichi, and Torafu are responsible for control. Guy is responsible for the frontal attack. I will hold down Liang's speed together with Guy. Anyone who discovers an abnormality must report it immediately and is not allowed to pursue alone. Inoichi Yamanaka nodded. What about the root team? Waiting for us outside the village. Kakashi looked up at the sky. Let's move out. 8 figures leapt onto the treetops simultaneously and quickly crossed Konoha's walls. No one spoke along the way. Might Guy usually had the hardest time enduring silence. But today, he merely followed on Kakashi's right side, observing his surroundings at regular intervals. That sense of danger pressing down on his heart had not dissipated since he accepted the mission. Instead, as they gradually moved away from Konoha, it became clearer and clearer. When they arrived at the agreed-upon location, only a single root ninja was standing in the forest. The other party wore a mask, leaning their back against a tree trunk without the slightest movement. After landing, Kakashi immediately noticed something was wrong. Where are the others? The root ninja slowly raised his head. His voice lacked any fluctuation. The advanced reconnaissance squad, all members are dead. The movements of several people stopped simultaneously. Kurenai Yuhi knitted her brows tightly. When? Just a short while ago. The root ninja took out a scroll from his bosom. After they discovered Uchiha Ritsuyo's trail, they maintained a distance in accordance with orders and prepared to transmit the intelligence back. The scheduled contact was not completed. The shadow clones left at the stronghold confirmed based on memory that after the 3 of them came into contact with the target, they all died within a short period. Inoichi Yamanaka asked, no one escaped. No. What about the corpses? Not yet recovered. Hyuga Yoda looked deep into the forest. Did the target proactively attack the reconnaissance squad? Unable to confirm. The root ninja's tone remained cold and indifferent. In the final segment of memory obtained by the shadow clones, the target did not appear within their field of vision. The first team member was slashed to death by a shadow clone. The second person attempted to find the main body. The third person died on the way to retreat. Uchiha Ritsuyo possesses extremely strong sensory abilities. He very likely detected them before the reconnaissance squad discovered him. These words completely quieted down the crowd that had just finished assembling. The root squad that set out in advance was originally meant to lock onto Liang's trail. They were not responsible for frontal combat, only long-range tracking and communication. Yet as soon as both sides made contact, all 3 of them died. They weren't even able to clearly see Liang's main body. Shikaku took the scroll from the root ninja's hand and quickly finished reading the intelligence inside. Have you found the approximate area of the target? Found. How far is it from here? 170 miles. Did Liang change direction? Unable to confirm. The root ninja paused for a moment. Additional orders from the higher-ups. The degree of danger for this mission may exceed the highest S-rank standard currently on record. No one is permitted to break away from the team. If the encirclement and suppression fail, give priority to sending the latest intelligence back to Konoha. Akamichi Torafu asked in a deep voice, is this making us prepare in advance for a mission failure? This is an order. Kakashi looked toward Might Guy. Ever since arriving at the assembly point, Might Guy had not spoken a word. His fists were tightly clenched, the muscles in his shoulders and back were tense, and his gaze constantly shifted around. Guy. Might Guy slowly exhaled a breath. Kakashi. My body has constantly been reminding me that ahead is very dangerous. Kurenai Yuhi asked, stronger than when executing S-rank missions in the past. It's not just a feeling. Might Guy lowered his head to look at his own palms. In the past, when facing strong enemies, I would get excited and would want to exchange blows with them immediately. This time, no. Ever since leaving the village, I've only felt danger. The closer we get here, the stronger it becomes. Might Guy raised his head, his expression earnest like never before. This is the first time that before even seeing the enemy, my body has continuously urged me to stop. Hyuga Yoda felt a chill in his heart. A ninja's intuition was not without basis. Especially for a taijutsu ninja like Might Guy, who had tempered his body to the absolute limit, his sensing of danger far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even before the battle had begun, he felt such an intense sense of crisis, the pressure brought by Uchiha Ritsuyo could well be imagined. Kakashi pulled up his forehead protector, revealing his tightly closed left eye. The only ones who can keep up with Liang's speed are Guy and me. My Sharingan will be responsible for capturing his movements, and Guy will handle the frontal interception. Everyone else, do not attempt close combat. Akamichi Torafu asked, what if the control fails? Retreat immediately. Kakashi did not hesitate. Do not use your lives to stall him. Liang is skilled at high-speed surprise attacks. Once the formation collapses, rescue attempts will only expose more people to fatal flaws. Kurenai Yuhi asked, what if he targets Yoda first? I will block the first strike. And the second strike. Guy will take over. Might Guy nodded heavily. As long as Kakashi can let me see his first step, leave the rest to me. Nara Shikaku pondered for a moment. The Ino Shika Cho squad will not approach the frontline battlefield. I need sufficient distance to observe Liang's movement patterns. Inoichi Yamanaka will be responsible for maintaining mental communication, and Akamichi Torafu will protect us. Once Kakashi and Guy force him into the predetermined range, I will activate the shadow imitation technique. Kakashi finished reading the last page of the intelligence and returned the scroll to the root ninja. What about the remaining root personnel? They have already dispersed toward the target area. Tell them not to make contact with Liang. The root ninja looked up. They are responsible for reconnaissance. The previous reconnaissance team is already dead. Kakashi stared into the eyes behind the mask. Sending more people to approach will only continue to increase casualties. Hyuga Yoda will conduct long-range reconnaissance. After a brief silence, the root ninja nodded. Very well. Kakashi turned and looked at everyone. One final reminder. Our target is not an ordinary rogue ninja. The opponent has successively wiped out multiple teams led by Jonin, yet his true body has never truly revealed its strength. Do not treat the records in the intelligence as his limit. Any contempt will cost lives. No one refuted this. Kakashi raised his right hand. Move out. Everyone simultaneously performed the body flicker technique and rushed toward the area provided by Root. The 10th day since Uchiha Ritsuyo defected. Sunlight filtered through the dense tree canopy, leaving large patches of mottled light and shadow on the ground. Liang walked alone through the mountain forest. His speed was not fast. It could even be called leisurely. He did not use lightning flicker, nor did he summon a shadow clone, he simply walked forward slowly along a deserted path through the woods. After several consecutive days of battle, his chakra, physical strength, and mental power had all completed a round of transformation. The enhancements brought by the First Order gene lock were beginning to stabilize. Liang closed his eyes. Deep within his consciousness, a vague scale gradually emerged. On one side was the fortune consumed by his opening of the gene lock and awakening of the Mangekyou. On the other side was the fortune regathered after slaying Konoha's pursuers and completing his life transformation over these past few days. The scale, which had initially tilted severely, was now slowly recovering. Between the two ends, only a final trace of a gap remained. Almost there. Liang opened his eyes again. He didn't truly see fortune. It was more like a high-dimensional perception produced after his transmigrated soul was tempered by the gene lock infused with his own life essence. It could not be measured by chakra. Nor could it be observed by the Sharingan. Yet it allowed him to vaguely perceive his own state. As long as that final trace of fortune flowed back, the fluctuations caused by the initial unlatching would be completely balanced. By then, the First Order gene lock would truly become his foundation. Li Yong continued forward. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped. There were no footsteps. There was no chakra. There was not even any explicit murderous intent around. But the instincts remaining deep within his genes had already captured an extremely faint sense of being watched. It wasn't those root ninjas from before. There were more people. The distance was greater. And they were much more cautious. Li Yong mobilized his chakra. His eyes rapidly stained crimson. Three pitch-black tomo slowly rotated around his pupils. He did not search for the opponent's location, nor did he change his direction of advance. He simply waited quietly. Dozens of li away, Kakashi led the joint pursuit team as they continuously advanced. Their speed was half as slow as when they left Konoha. Hyuga Yoda remained at the center of the team, blue veins bulging around his temples. Byakugan. His black and white field of vision rapidly expanded outward. Beneath the ground. Among the tree canopies. Behind the rocks. All chakra reactions were brought into his observation range. The three teams dispersed in a fan shape. Kakashi's group of 4 was in the center. Ino Shikacho flanked from the left. The root team advanced on the right. The distances between them were not far, allowing them to both conceal their actions and provide timely support. There are no abnormalities ahead. Hyuga Yoda lowered his voice. Within a range of 500 meters, no chakra reactions were found. Kakashi raised his hand. Proceed. Everyone moved forward once more. Might Guy fell by Kakashi's side, his movements becoming lighter and lighter. He no longer spoke of the sense of danger in his heart. Because that feeling no longer needed to be spoken aloud. Every li they drew closer to the target, the warning signs in his body grew heavier by a fraction. Kakashi. I feel it too. Kakashi pulled down his forehead protector, his 3 tomo Sharingan already activated. Hyuga Yoda's observation range quickly pushed forward to 900 meters. The next moment, his body suddenly stiffened. Target spotted. Everyone immediately stopped. Direction. Straight ahead, slightly to the east. Distance. 900 meters. Hyuga Yoda exerted the Byakugan to its fullest. Layer upon layer of trees lost their obstruction in his vision. 900 meters away, a figure was walking slowly through the mountain forest. Black hair. Uchiha clan uniform. A sword at his waist. The amount of chakra far exceeded the intelligence records. Confirmed to be Uchiha Ritsuyo. Just as Hyuga Yoda finished speaking, Liang in the distance suddenly stopped walking. Then, he slowly turned his head. That pair of crimson Sharingan pierced through layers of trees and looked toward the direction where the joint pursuit team was located. Hyuga Yoda's breathing hitched. Chill instantly crawled all over his back. He was clearly standing 900 meters away, with countless tree trunks and branches blocking the middle. Liang hadn't activated the Byakugan either, making it impossible for him to truly see him. Yet the moment the Byakugan's line of sight fell upon him, Liang turned his head back. He found me. Hyuga Yoda's voice tightened. Kakashi's gaze sank. Are you sure? He didn't lock onto my exact location. Hyuga Yoda forced himself to maintain the Byakugan. But he sensed the observation. At a distance of 900 meters, separated by so many obstacles, to react based solely on the feeling of being observed. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This is no longer a level that an ordinary sensory ninja can achieve. Kurenai Yuhi looked ahead. No wonder the route reconnaissance team couldn't even send back intelligence. Kakashi immediately raised his hand and made a new gesture. Stop advancing in a straight line. Kurenai, contact Shikaku. Tell Ino Shikacho that the target has noticed the abnormality, and have them lower their movements and slowly approach from the left flank. Understood. I will notify the route side. Kakashi looked at Hyuga Yoda again. Do not continue staring into his eyes. Only observe the surrounding chakra and movement direction. Yes. The 3 teams readjusted. Everyone's speed slowed down further. Liang did not flee. He simply continued walking forward, occasionally stopping to glance in different directions through the woods. Every time he turned his head, Hyuga Yoda's heart would tighten violently. 800 meters. 600 meters. 300 meters. The joint pursuit team closed in continuously. Li Yong's pace never accelerated. Why isn't he leaving? Kurenai Yuhi lowered her voice. Since he has already sensed that someone is tracking him, it's impossible for him not to realize that Konoha has sent a stronger team. Shikaku's voice came through Inoichi Yamanaka's mental communication. He is waiting for us. The previous survivors brought back a message. Uchiha Ritsuyo stayed in the land of fire to wait for someone worthy of him taking action personally. Hearing this, Might Guy clenched his fists bit by bit. The sense of danger had grown intense enough to prickle his skin. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he adjusted his breathing to its most stable state. 150 meters. 100 meters. Hyuga Yoda's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Every time Liyong swept his gaze across, it felt as though he were brushing past his Byakugan. Clearly there was no precise eye contact, yet that invisible pressure grew heavier and heavier. I've reached my limit. If we continue to observe with the Byakugan, he will definitely lock onto us. Kakashi nodded. Confirm target location. Directly ahead, 100 meters away. No shadow clones. No chakra reactions underground either. Kakashi reached out and lifted his forehead protector. The three-tomo Sharingan in his left eye was fully revealed. Might Guy exchanged a glance with him, both simultaneously understanding each other's intent. The two of them moved forward first. Kurenai Yuhi and Hyuga Yoda followed closely behind. The Ino Shika Cho on the left flank closed in synchronously. The route on the right flank also pressed into the predetermined position. 100 meters. 80 meters. 60 meters. Everyone suppressed their breathing to the lowest possible level, chakra flowing rapidly within their meridians. 50 meters. 50 meters. Sha Muyong stopped in his tracks. That faint sense of observation had completely locked onto him from afar. Directly ahead, there were two auras. There was one person each on the left and behind. Further away, there were several intentionally suppressed chakra reactions. The pursuers who came this time were no ordinary ones. Instead of rushing to attack, the opponents were tightening the encirclement bit by bit, waiting for him to reveal an opening. Sha Muyong did not look for a way out. He stood in the forest, his right hand naturally hanging by his waist, letting the sunlight filter through the branches and leaves onto his body. Since you are here, make your move. Though not loud, the voice clearly reached all around. Kurenai Yuhi, hiding behind a tree, experienced a slight hitch in her breath. He really did lock onto us. Veins bulged around Hyuga Yoda's temples, and his Byakugan field of vision firmly locked onto Sha Muyong. There are no shadow clones. There is no chakra underground either. Confirmed to be the true body. Kakashi did not respond. His Sharingan stared intently at Sha Muyong's right shoulder, waist, abdomen, and legs, not missing a single subtle movement. The next instant, Kakashi violently swung his right hand. A giant shuriken tore through the leaves, spinning and flying out with a heavy sound of breaking air. Sha Muyong did not move his feet. When the giant shuriken flew halfway, white smoke suddenly burst from its surface. Ninjutsu. Shadow Shuriken Technique. 1:4. Four giant shuriken crossed vertically and horizontally, locking onto Sha Muyong's head, chest, waist, abdomen, and legs respectively. Hidden within the shadow of the topmost shuriken was a second cold glint. 4 in plain sight. 1 in secret. The 5 blades masked each other, sealing off all directions for evasion. Hyuga Yoda reminded in a low voice, he's going to weave hand signs. Sha Muyong raised his left hand. His fingers moved so fast that only afterimages remained. Earth release. Earth rising spear. Rumble. The ground shook continuously. 4 thick rock pillars burst out of the ground, their angles without the slightest deviation. The first rock pillar collided with the lowermost giant shuriken, and the hard rock was cut through by more than half by the blade, but the shuriken's trajectory also shifted upward accordingly. The second rock pillar struck the center of another shuriken from the side. Clang! The giant shuriken vibrated violently, crashing sideways to the left. The remaining 2 rock pillars rose intersecting each other, precisely inserting themselves between the two shurikens. One was pushed toward the treetops. One spun past Sha Muyang's shoulder, cutting down several large trees behind him. The last shuriken hidden in the shadows was also forced to be exposed, skimming past the edge of the rock pillar at high speed. The originally seamless offensive was forcefully torn open with a gap by the four rock pillars. Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly. Earth-rising spear usually pierces the enemy from underground. Yet Sha Muyang used it as the most precise defensive ninjutsu. Four rock pillars. Four angles. Not only did they knock away the giant shurikens, but they also caused all the attacks to interfere with one another. This speed of judgment already exceeded the ordinary insight brought by the Sharingan. He's going to break through. Before Hyuga Yoda's voice fell, blue-white lightning burst from beneath Sha Muyang's feet. Crackle. Sha Muyang transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly passing through the gap between the rock pillars. At the same time, his right hand gripped the hilt of his blade. Draw the blade. A cold glint poured out from the scabbard. His target was neither Kurenai Yuhi nor Hyuga Yoda, but Kakashi, who had just thrown the giant shuriken. The three tomo in Kakashi's left eye spun frantically. Scene. Sha Muyang in the lightning was adjusting his center of gravity. Before his soles touched the ground, his waist and abdomen had already begun to rotate. The blade would slash diagonally upward from the lower right, first cutting open his left ribs, and then piercing straight through his heart. Kakashi saw everything clearly. But his body couldn't keep up. Kakashi! A furious shout came from overhead. Might Guy leapt down from the treetops. The green figure spun rapidly in midair, his right leg carrying heavy wind pressure, slamming head-on into that advancing streak of lightning. Konoha whirlwind. Sha Muyang looked up. Kakashi's expression suddenly changed at this moment. Not right. Guy shouldn't have intercepted from above. Sha Muyang used Earth-rising spear earlier to knock the shurikens off course, seeming to have broken the offensive, but in reality, those shurikens had not completely disappeared. The four giant shurikens knocked away by the rock pillars were still spinning at high speed. After changing direction, two of them had already bypassed Sha Muyang and were flying toward Kurenai Yuhi and Hyuga Yoda in the rear. The shuriken hidden in the shadows clung even closer to the ground, circling around behind Hyuga Yoda from beneath the field of view of the Byakugan. Originally, Guy was guarding a high vantage point, which happened to allow him to see the entire trajectory. But in order to intercept Sha Muyang, he voluntarily abandoned his position. Kurenai Yoda! Kakashi blurted out in a roar. Behind. Might Guy was already too late to retract his leg. Sha Muyang held his ninja blade horizontally in front of his chest. Clang! The lower leg and the blade collided head-on. The violent force forcefully displaced the surrounding air, and the withered leaves on the ground blasted outwards in all directions. Might Guy's pupils shrank. The blade did not cut into his leg. Sha Muyang adjusted the blade the moment before the collision, using the flat side to bear the kick. But a sharp shockwave immediately erupted from the point of contact. Hum! The ninja blade vibrated at a high speed with a frequency indistinguishable to the naked eye. That was not ninjutsu. It was simply Sha Muyang's ultimate control over his muscles, wrists, and the blade. The blade slid past the guard on Might Guy's lower leg. Snap! The metal buckles securing the weights snapped simultaneously. Two heavy weights detached from his lower legs, crashing heavily onto the ground. Bang! Bang! The ground was directly smashed into two deep pits. Might Guy used the momentum to flip and land on the ground, looking at the broken securing buckles, his face showing unconcealable shock for the first time. Just a single collision was enough to cut through the weight-bearing device. Sha Muyang tapped his toes on the ground, his ninja blade smoothly thrusting toward Might Guy's throat. Getting distracted during battle will get you killed. Might Guy tilted his head to dodge, heavily slamming his fist toward Sha Muyang's chest. Sha Muyang lifted his left hand upward, precisely clasping Guy's wrist. Might Guy immediately changed his fist into an elbow strike. Yet Sha Muyang acted as if he had long been waiting for this movement, turning his body half a step to the side, the hilt of the blade slamming upward into Guy's armpit. Bang! Might Guy's right arm instantly went numb. The movements of the two became faster and faster. Fists, elbows, knees, legs, and the blade collided continuously within a narrow range. Kurenai Yuhi couldn't even see the complete process clearly, only able to see two figures constantly crossing paths, the sounds of metal clashing and muffled impacts blending into one. Guy is being suppressed. Hyuga Yoda's eyes saw it even more clearly, cold sweat continuously oozing from his forehead. It wasn't a gap in strength. At least not yet. What was truly terrifying was that every time Sha Muyang struck, he beat Might Guy to the completion of his power exertion. When Guy raised his shoulder, Sha Muyang had already judged the path of the punch. When Guy turned his hips, Sha Muyang's blade sealed off the kick in advance. Even if Guy temporarily changed his move, Sha Muyang could adjust his center of gravity in an instant, completing a counterattack with shorter movements. This isn't ordinary swordsmanship. He has seen through all of Guy's movements. Might Guy likewise felt the pressure. In his normal state, he could not break through Sha Muyang's blade. If this continued, his defense would only be chipped away bit by bit. He no longer hesitated, tightly clenching both fists. Gate of rest, open. Boom. Chakra burst forth from within his body. Might Guy's skin rapidly turned red, and his presence instantly surged. The second gate. Both his speed and strength increased simultaneously, and the ground beneath his feet directly exploded. With a single punch thrown out, the air emitted a dull, explosive sound. Sha Muyang horizontally blocked with his blade. Clang! The blade bent violently. Sha Muyang slid backward several meters, plowing two deep gouges into the ground. Might Guy gave him no chance to pause whatsoever. His body lunged forward close to the ground, and his right leg swept horizontally toward Sha Muyang's waist. Kakashi, however, did not look toward the main battlefield. 3 shuriken were already closing in on Hyuga Yoda and Kurenai Yuhi. Kurenai Yuhi had just turned around when the rotating sharp blades were already right before her. Kurenai, duck! Lightning burst forth violently on Kakashi's right hand. The blinding current instantly illuminated the woods. Reikiri. He rushed out recklessly. The lightning pierced through the first giant shuriken. Boom. Steel fragments blasted in all directions. Kakashi forcibly twisted his body, sweeping the Reikiri horizontally to meet the second shuriken. Amidst the harsh screech of friction, the giant shuriken was shattered from the center. However, the final shuriken hidden low down had already circled behind Hyuga Yoda. Chakra burst forth from beneath Kakashi's feet once again. It's too late. Hyuga Yoda abruptly turned around. But Kakashi was already blocking in front of him, and the Reikiri hit the final shuriken head-on. Boom! A loud explosion burst out. The blade shattered. The immense recoil force also caused Kakashi to lose his balance, hurling his entire body forward. His Reikiri had not yet dissipated. His right hand was aimed directly at Hyuga Yoda's chest. Yoda, dodge. But the distance between the two was too close. If Hyuga Yoda dodged, the out-of-control Kakashi would rush directly into the battlefield of Sha Muyang and Might Guy. With Sha Muyang's speed, this opening would be fatal. Hyuga Yoda clenched his teeth, his Byakugan locking onto the flow of chakra on Kakashi's back. He did not dodge. His right palm slammed out abruptly. Gentle fist. The palm force landed on Kakashi's back. It was not attacking his acupuncture points. Instead, it deflected the force sideways along the direction of Kakashi's forward rush. Kakashi's body was forcibly pushed away, the Reikiri grazing past Hyuga Yoda's shoulder and tearing a narrow, long trench in the ground. Yoda. Kurenai Yuhi had just steadied herself, her face turning abruptly pale. In order to save Kakashi, Hyuga Yoda was now completely exposed before Sha Muyang. Sha Muyang blocked Might Guy's kick head-on, sliding backward with the force of the collision. The direction he retreated to happened to be the exact location where Hyuga Yoda was. Hyuga Yoda's Byakugan captured the blade's edge. He also saw Sha Muyang's wrist twist. But his palm had just struck Kakashi, and his body's center of gravity had not yet recovered. It was too late for Kaden. And even more too late to dodge. Sha Muyang swept past him. A flash of blade light. Swish. Hyuga Yoda's head soared into the sky. The headless body took half a step forward before fresh blood gushed out from the severed neck. Yoda. Kurenai Yuhi's voice changed completely. Kakashi knelt on the ground, his Sharingan staring fixedly at the falling head. Hyuga Yoda had voluntarily stood there precisely to save him. If he hadn't deflected the impact for him, Yoda wouldn't have been exposed. If he hadn't insisted on destroying the shuriken, he wouldn't have lost his balance. Ever since Guy left the tree canopy, the entire ambush had already gotten out of control. Sha Muyang. Might Guy let out an angry roar. The chakra within his body burst forth once again. Gate of life, open. Boom. The third gate opened. Even stronger power surged through his meridians, turbulent currents raged around Might Guy, and his skin turned completely red. He smashed the ground apart with a single stomp, his body rushing toward Sha Muyang like a cannonball. Konoha Great Whirlwind. His right leg swept horizontally. The violent wind from his kick swept across the woods first. The nearby vegetation and trees were torn apart at the waist, large areas of the ground cracked, and the gravel was blasted into powder by the wind pressure before it could even fly up. Kurenai Yuhi's breathing stalled. If this kick were to land on a person, it would be enough to shatter all bones and internal organs on the spot. Sha Muyang did not retreat. He put away his ninja sword and crossed his left arm in front of his chest. Bang! Might Guy's lower leg slammed heavily onto Sha Muyang's arm. The muffled impact sound was like a giant boulder exploding. The ground beneath Sha Muyang's feet abruptly sank. Cracks frantically spread outward along his legs. Yet his body did not retreat half a step. Might Guy stared fixedly at Sha Muyang. Impossible. The Konoha Great Whirlwind in the third gate state was actually blocked head-on by a single arm. Sha Muyang's 5 fingers clasped Might Guy's lower leg, the muscles in his arm instantly exerting force. Not bad strength. Too poor control. Might Guy's body suddenly lost balance. Sha Muyang twisted his waist and screwed his arm, hurling his entire person toward the ground. Might Guy braced his hands on the ground in time, forcibly flipping his body, and kicked straight at Sha Muyang's jaw with his other leg. Sha Muyang tilted his head to avoid it. He pressed his elbow downward, striking dead center in the back of Might Guy's knee. Might Guy's offensive stalled for a moment. Sha Muyang's fist had already landed on his chest. Bang! Might Guy flew backward, breaking a large tree, and rolled continuously for several turns after hitting the ground. Guy. Just as Kakashi was about to provide backup, Sha Muyang had already turned his head to look at him. The 3 tomo in his scarlet pupils suddenly stretched. The black patterns extended toward each other, transforming into 3 special on-like shapes. Mangekyou Sharingan. Kakashi's body stiffened. With just a single glance, his consciousness was forcibly dragged into a boundless darkness. Countless black whirlpools surged in from all directions, tearing at his spirit. Kakashi attempted to disrupt his chakra. It was useless. That pupil power directly pressed into his spiritual sea of consciousness, giving him no chance at all to dispel the genjutsu. Release. Kurenai Yuhi rushed to Kakashi's side, pressing a palm onto his shoulder and pouring her own chakra into his body. But blood suddenly surged out from Kakashi's left eye. The 3 tomo spun frantically. The pupil power slumbering deep within that eye actually began to run wild under the pressure of Sha Muyang's genjutsu. The black tomo gradually elongated, faintly twisting toward a new form. Sha Muyang watched this scene, his movements pausing for a fraction of a second. His fortune had undergone a change. He had crushed Kakashi's spirit with Mangekyou Genjutsu originally to make the opponent completely lose combat capability. Yet under the pressure of life and death, that Sharingan of Kakashi's, which came from Uchiha Obito, had actually touched the threshold of the Mangekyou ahead of time. It has instead become your whetstone. Kakashi could not hear these words. His consciousness had completely sunk into the whirlpool. Kurenai Yuhi repeatedly disrupted his chakra several times, still unable to wake him up. Kakashi. Might Guy rushed out from among the shattered trees. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and only fury remained in his eyes. The power brought by the third gate was driven to the extreme, his fist aiming straight for Sha Muyong's temple. Sha Muyong raised his hand to block it. Might Guy immediately bent his elbow and pressed down. Sha Muyong's palm pressed against his arm, pulling it outward, and the elbow strike brushed past his shoulder and missed. A knee strike followed closely behind. Sha Muyong blocked the point of force generation half a step in advance, blocking it with his lower leg. Might Guy changed his center of gravity, kicking out over a dozen legs consecutively. Sha Muyong stood in place, his arms lifting time and again. Bang, 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 bang. Every single collision stirred up violent air currents. Yet no matter from which angle Might Guy attacked, Sha Muyong was able to seal it off in advance. A front kick was pressed down by the elbow. A side kick was deflected by the shoulder. A sweep kick was intercepted by the knee. Might Guy's speed had already exceeded the visual limit of an ordinary Jonin, yet Sha Muyong's reaction was consistently a fraction faster than his. Faster. Might Guy threw punches with an angry roar. Sha Muyong dodged sideways, his 5 fingers clasping Might Guy's wrist, and fiercely twisted along the momentum of the punch. Crack. The muscles in Might Guy's arm were torn on the spot. Fresh blood rapidly dyed the bandages red. He did not retreat, smashing out with his other fist instead. Sha Muyong slapped the side of the fist's edge with his palm, guiding the force into empty space, and then heavily slammed his shoulder into Might Guy's chest. Bang! Might Guy felt a tightness in his chest, his body stumbling backward. Sha Muyong did not pursue. Your taijutsu is not bad. But anger makes your movements more obvious. Might Guy clenched his teeth and rushed over once again. Shut up. Sha Muyong raised his hand to block the fist, his gaze passing over him to look at Kakashi kneeling on the ground. Kakashi's left eye was still bleeding. His body spasmed from time to time. Kurenai Yuhi's genjutsu mastery could not shake the Mangekyou pupil power, and she could only barely maintain his spirit from being continuously torn apart. Sha Muyong calmly spoke. If this continues, Kakashi will die. Might Guy's fist experienced an extremely brief pause. What did you say? His spiritual sea of consciousness has already been eroded by genjutsu. Sha Muyong dodged the kick and repelled Might Guy with a single palm strike. Take him back to Konoha now, and you might still save his life. If you drag this out any further, his mind will completely die. Might Guy turned his head to look at Kakashi. Just in this split second, Sha Muyong had already grabbed his arm and slammed him heavily toward the ground. Boom! The ground sank. Might Guy flipped up and rose, but his offensive was even more violent than before. Every single punch and kick was frantically squeezing out the power of the third gate. Release the genjutsu. Defeat me. I'll let you release it. Might Guy shattered the ground with a stomp, sending a heavy punch straight toward Sha Muyong's face. Sha Muyong tilted his head to avoid it. The wind of the fist tore apart the tree trunk behind him. The second punch followed closely. Sha Muyong raised his arm to block, using the force to slide backward several meters. Might Guy continued his pursuit. Sha Muyong, however, suddenly stopped fighting him head-on. Lightning flashed under his feet, his figure vanished from in front of Might Guy's fist, and in the next instant, he had already leapt to the high places among the forest canopy. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.